nation. It ain't fair, but I feel like we're the nation. So raise the flag and do the preparation. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. Welcome to reality. Can't fuck with that. It's okay to be on top like forever, man. This is hard fucking beeping after aliens. We on top of the world, we the sapiens. Do you understand massive complication there? Do you really think you know what I'm made of? My flow is so magical, I'm old, call me Gandalf. You can shine, but I'm about to go off. Follow me, wanna believe what I'm saying, but I cannot do this at all. Welcome to reality, there's no way back. 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 Welcome to reality, there's no way back.
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anywhere, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling.
And welcome back with more Blitz Gaming Series. My name's Enteritus. I am joined once again by Bianca. How you doing today, Bianca?
I'm doing great on this beautiful Tuesday. Hello, Mr. Enteritus. Let me ask you, how are you doing on this fine
doing wonderful.
afternoon?
Thank you very much, and glad we get to cast again. Seems like every time I'm
Yes.
coming over here, it seems to be with you. And so I get to
The good
enjoy
luck
a
charm.
little bit of a little bit of a good luck charm. Um, but yeah, we got some really exciting games for you today. Any like thoughts before we actually reveal the team? You got anything about this game you really want to kind of sneak peek?
You know me, Enteritus. I love coming into blind on everything. I love
That's true.
surprises. They're
That's
my
true.
favorite thing. So no, I don't
Mhm.
wanna know anything until it's revealed to everybody. I wanna have the same like level of excitement as everybody else. So,
Mhm.
you know.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our standings before we actually show the team to. They are no longer a part of this, and so they did end up forfeiting the remaining three matches and really haven't been performing too well. Coming out of Group C, a really interesting kind of almost upset was Makers almost losing to 86 Pistons last Friday. Or no, sorry, it was 86 Pistons winning last Friday. My bad. But taking them to max OT, I mean that's a pretty good accomplishment, especially coming from a team coming out of E3 recently. And, I mean, clearly they've been performing really well. And as for our Group D, well, that's our game we're going to be watching tonight. Some interesting ones coming out of that is going to be Bottle Service, currently 1-0, having 7-0'd Cabal, or 7-0'd, I don't remember who they played. But Free Eli ended up losing their first one due to a forfeit and went 4-7 against Cabal. So they're not coming into this too hot. And if you kind of picked up what I'm putting down, we're going to be watching Bottle Service versus Free Eli for this first game tonight. And I don't know if you're excited, but I definitely am.
Yes, I love the players on Free Eli, so I'm gonna be excited to see
Hmm.
this game. And speaking of players, seems like we're gonna have the rosters here. Taking a
Hmm.
look at Bottle Service, we got Dami, Hasuni, Penguin, Adapt, and Jux. And on Free Eli, we're gonna have Scary, Exer, Temp, Toaster, and Ions.
And I mean, I'm really excited for this game. I think they're both going to be playing really well. And Free Eli is coming in this, and they have to win this. I mean, they haven't performed too hot. Obviously, excuse me, like I was saying, they ended up losing to Cabal. And so this is a game that they need to win. And Bottle Service coming off that 7-0 have got a little bit of a mark on them.
Got a hot
They're
streak.
ready for it. And then hot streak coming out 7-0 against their last game. And so, they're coming in this ready to win. And ready to put up a great figure, but it's going to be up to which team can perform better.
We will see. We will see. I'm excited because I think I've seen Bottle Service play one time. Same thing with Free Eli. So we'll see how it goes. But let's take a look at the map bands. Where are we going to go? My favorite part of the stream. To whoever was here before, but Chalet. Not
Yeah.
too shabby. I like Chalet better than Clubhouse. Clubhouse made it far.
Yeah.
Thank God it's gone. I'm so glad it's gone.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the maps that we see a lot have managed to make it their way through further in. I've always been surprised we don't see more border or skyscraper.
I
Sky
love Border.
does get some good, decent play, but it seems like not a lot of teams really like it. It's been getting off the border early and moving over to Chalet for our first game. It's really going to be a thing of macro. I mean, we talked about it a little bit before the stream, before we went live here, and how big macro is going to be in this game. I'm really interested to see which team can perform better here on Chalet. I think it's going to be a big kind of marker for their performance for the rest of the season.
I hope that we see something a little bit new, a little bit different. I feel like Chalet is like the same with like Oregon and Club, where it's all played the same. That's why I love seeing other maps, but Chalet it is. I'm not too upset about it. I'm actually quite happy because this is one of the, main like 5 maps that get chosen, but it's on like the less chosen side of things. So I'm glad I'm refreshed that it's not Oregon or it's not Clubhouse, but Chalet ain't too shabby. Hopefully we see something. I'm a little bit in the Wested for what we're gonna see for bands. I wonder if we'll see anything new or exciting, anything different. But usually, as at least for Chalet, it's usually the same things. I would say I'm gonna,
Mhm.
yeah, I don't think it really much changes. I know there's some maps though that it's
Yeah.
like, ooh, like this is an interesting little ban, but I feel like on Chalet it's so the same. It's like maybe like a Monty, a Valk, and a Zombie, and like a Dokkaebi. I think those are pretty basic. Maybe even a Mira. A Mira ban would be wicked, but who knows?
Yeah, I think honestly, I think Chalet's kind of one of those maps where you really don't uh, get as big of an impact out of your bans, because there's just so much different stuff you can do across the 4 maps. It's one of the first that kind of pioneered maps being able to play all 4 sites. Originally, it was kind of like your tertiary site is the end all be all. If you have a 4th site, you really don't touch it. But people started playing kitchen. And it really kind of evolved the game. They were able to kind of play off some new stuff, and so I personally think the bans don't matter as much. They typically don't make as big of an impact. So even if you have Mira, you can say, oh well, we'll just stay away from basement. We'll go over to kitchen now, where it's nice in the hallway, but it's not necessary. You just play harder upstairs. You play off the frost and the shield that people love to play in that closet upstairs. You play harder with the floor holes. You kind of change the way you play, and so because it's so versatile, I mean, Chalet being one of the most versatile in my opinion, having those options, it's really nice. So even when stuff doesn't go your way, like in the ban phase, you can adapt a lot as much as you want, and it's really nice to see the way that teams are kind of able to do that when they're able to.
Do you think when teams are like scrimming, they literally play like they play without the operator so that they can kind of like figure out which way they want to play? If let's say a Mira gets banned, or let's say an Azami gets banned, or let's say like a Yin gets banned, or like an Ace gets banned. Do you think that they play based on that too?
So I know a lot of teams typically assume that basically assume their bans are going to go through. They assume that something's going to work in their play style, and they'll offer a secondary operator within the pool to kind of fit the style. So like a lot of teams at like let's say Cafe, where they bring a Valk, or you can even bring it on this side. It's great for the top floor. They'll set it up as, okay, here's an information operator, and if it's good off the board, maybe we'll put you on a hard fragger like Warden something, to kind of still have the same sort of impact. You can get information off of your shield. You have the ability to kind of not dodge flashes, but ignore flashes, and so you can kind of deny utility instead of grabbing information. So it depends on the team. I know a lot of teams are assuming that because whatever their ban is going to be off the board, they're making their strategies around the fact that they won't have it.
That makes sense. That makes sense. But then again, think about it like this. We're also doing the 3-round swap now. And I feel like the 3-round swap opens up a lot more for, whether or not people want to ban a certain operator, because they know that, like, okay, if we're attacking, like, let's say it goes 6 rounds, okay, 6 rounds on Chalet, and they decide we don't want to play against Amira for 6 rounds attacking. Okay, we're going to ban it. Because at that point, like, it's 6 rounds without a Mira is a lot better. But if it's going to be a 3-round swap, they might even change their whole thing, say, look, we can take the 3 rounds of Mira because we're going to be able to swap immediately after those 3 rounds and be able to use her, which is what I love about this 3-round swap, which I believe BGS is also following that as well. I think that's amazing, and I love it because I think that it definitely like makes teams think a little bit more. Hopefully, at the very least, it would kind of be a little bit sad and like a little bit lackluster if they just think we're just going to ban the same people. It would be interesting to know that teams are being more conscientious. I hope that's the right word. A little bit more conscientious about which operators they're deciding to ban, considering that 3 rounds in, they're going to be swapping onto the other position. So instead, if they're like, okay, well, we want to ban, like, let's say they just say, okay, we want to ban a Flores for 6 rounds. Okay, but maybe then they don't want to ban a Flores for 3 rounds because they're like, well, Flores could be a really good and a really big part of our team. So maybe we should put all of our eggs in one basket and say keep Flores on the word, or not on the word, on the board.
And it could possibly be that. But enough talking out of us. Us, we love to yap. We are going to jump to a quick break before we actually head into game. We will be back with more action. Don't go too far. And we are back. After a quick break, we're ready now for Chalet.
Yo.
I'm really excited. We're going to see what bands start out here. You got any kind of predictions here to start it off, B?
Okay. We're gonna have a Monty. We're gonna have a Dokubi. We're gonna have a
Oh, it's already
Ying.
wrong. It's already wrong.
Shirt. Oh no! Damn it!
Oh,
All right.
no.
And I'm gonna think a Mira and an Azami. What about you?
I wouldn't be surprised to see an Azami off the board. I kind of agree with that one. Mira, not too much. A lot of teams have started banning it. Valk wouldn't be surprising.
Okay, I like the
Dokebi, yeah,
Valk.
Dokebi being off the board isn't.
Damn, they're gonna have a Monty though. That's the first time
Yeah.
I've seen a game with a Monty in a long time.
Yeah, especially since the update, or the buff. I mean, I should say.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how they deal with it. We'll probably see a lot of trap operators. Jeez.
Like a
Not speak today.
Legion.
Legion. There's
Oh my
Valk,
god,
yeah.
the
There's
Valk.
Valk off the board.
Damn, bro, you are absolutely slaying you are slaying me with these bans. You're winning more. You're like 3 for 3
I'm winning.
right
What
now.
can I say?
He says my name is Shane. My name is Shane. Mira.
Oh, there you go.
Yes! Okay, at least I wasn't completely wrong. I'm 2
Yeah,
for
at
4.
least you got the Mira. Anyway,
And
as we
it's a
get
little
into
bit-
it,
oh.
starting over on Master Bedroom, having a Rook on the board is interesting. Also a Sentry. These are some choices.
Wow, this is
I'm
very
not sure what I'm
wait. This is
watching.
very much giving ranked.
Yeah. I mean, we'll
Are
see.
you liking this? Are you
Can we
liking
treat
this?
this like a scrim? I mean, it'll be interesting. At the very least, it'll be something I haven't seen before. That's a choice. The Rook will definitely allow for them to fight more. I mean, they have the Rook in the dock, so we'll see a lot of fights. Maybe a little bit of a Yo Boy Roy strat, something like that coming out. I'm not too sure, but it seems like they're gonna be fighting towards library side.
I like this name, Dommy. I'm gonna call him Dom. I like that name. I have an uncle. We call him Dom. Dom the bomb. Anyways. I hope that this goes out well. It would be really funny to see Bottle Service win out this round, considering that these operators, I mean, it seems like they really like the MP5, but I mean, in that case, you could have gone a Malusi, because Malusi also the MP5, but who knows? I need to know what's going on in their heads. However, I like having the castle up here. I personally play castle when I'm going up here as well into the bedroom and the office, the master and office. So I'm excited to see what the boys on Bottle Service, and we're going to be using a hard breach charge on a castle. Are we trolling this whole game?
It's a choice. I mean, it's not a site that requires a lot of hard breach. As long as you don't. That is interesting. There's a lot of choices being made in this game that are choices to start them off at the very least. I would like to have seen more fireplace pushes, but it seems like they're really heavy on the solar side, trying to take up those stairs. We'll see if they get value out of it.
This is gonna be hilarious. I feel like this is like such a professional cast for two teams who are just like literally trolling.
Trolling?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, like, it's kind of funny. Maybe it's a little bit ironic. It's like we're trying so hard to do the best that we can to cast, and they're just like, all right, guys, we're gonna go in there and we're gonna absolutely slay. And that's just what it is. I don't even think that they realized that somebody was gonna be by solar. But anyways, of course, Mr. Scary's gonna get taken a little bit. He's gonna get a little bit hurt, but nothing too drastic. As for Mr. Hosuni, I hope I said that right. He's gonna get hurt a little bit, and with that though, will stim himself back up to full HP. Adapt though, getting the first kill onto Scary. It's a 5v4 in favor of the boys on Bottle Service as we just about approach a minute 15.
And they're trying to deal with this clash right now, but they've really been struggling, not able to push her off. And I think the dock being backed up to full health kind of shows it. If not, you would have had to deal with basically one other person being lost, but they lose Dami off of the board, not able to stem them back up from full health, or from death, I mean, as they're just taking constant fights. But this clash has been a thorn in the side of the attacker so far.
She's been absolutely bang chilling over here by, is this Asher or Solar? I always get it mixed up with Villa. Solar, okay. If I call it Astro, you guys know what I'm on about, though. Anyways, though, for Eli with the man advantage is going to be at a 4v3, but the Clash gets taken down easily by Exer. However, the refrag comes out. Ion's going to get that as well. Onto Jock, so that's a 1v3 in favor of the boys on free. Eli chucked in the corner. He's going to take down one. That's going to be a 3-piece for Mr. Adapt. It'll be the ace if he ends up winning this out, but Mr. Temp, a beautiful Mr. Temp, taking down Adapt. That's going to be the first round. Bottle Service will lose that out, and the boys on free Eli are going to be 1 up.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't actually get to watch the Bottle Service 7-0, so, I mean, that strategy may have worked in the previous game, kind of forcing fights, taking the fights to him, playing a very heavy fragging type of, not meta, but like type of play coming out of their team. But I mean, I don't think Chalet is the map for that. I think Clubhouse would have been a lot better for it. Chalet's a very macro-heavy map. You have to play it correctly. You have to not just take fights. If both teams are doing it, you can get away with it. But it seems like they're properly droning. They're properly taking the space. They struggled a little bit against the Clash, but you saw them trying to work for it. They kind of denying a lot of the space that the Clash was trying to take. They weren't able to leave the little safety of their 2x2 behind those plants, and it kind of shows that when they actually were trying to take the fights as the defenders, they were struggling to do a lot. I mean, they were getting pushed back by the attackers, who were able to use the windows to find a lot of space, and it may work more. It's only the first round, we'll see, but so far it seems like they're just trying to outshoot them.
It does seem like, however, they actually will be using the proper operators this time, bringing in the dog that's going to be sitting library. I think last time you were talking to me, or no, it wasn't you, but it was somebody else. I believe his name. Oh, I forgot his name. But he was telling me that the dog sits in library and tanks all of the Capitan fire. So it seems like that's what they're going to do, as well as, of course, they're going to have the Azami, they're going to have the Frost, they're going to have the Wamai, and they're going to bring back the castle. So it seems like maybe last round was just a little bit of like testing the waters. They wanted to dip their toes in a little bit, see what they're going to be working with, how hard they truly have to try. And so losing that first round kind of got them boots on just a little bit. And with that, we're going to start barring games, but already Mr. Temp has made his way up. A Doc is going to be getting hit by the fire, but will it last too long? We'll see. Oh my god, he miscalculates it. Hasuni, what the heck was that? Ions to get the first kill in the round, just about a minute in.
And fire just too powerful. I can see the play. It didn't end up working, unfortunately. I think it's something I've seen people try in the past, as they tried to hold in that corner. But it's just such a hard corner to deal with. You got to bring the Womai, and you have to just spam his things to get rid of the players. But it's going to be Tim to spam Jocks through a wall, be able to find them. And there's a lot of space that they've been giving up, trying to play over on this library side as another player is going to fall. Penguin able to get them. Able to pick up a second one as well, trying to hold the round together.
Beautifully done, and there's still quite a bit of time for them to kind of recoup and do exactly what they got to do. But with that, Ions is gonna absolutely destroy Mr. Dom, and that's gonna leave poor Penguin in a 1v3. This is gonna be his ace to get one kill. It is going to be none other than the Twitch. A 1v2. There's gonna be somebody, he sees the head in the wall of kitchen, but unfortunately Exer is just better. The R4C puts him down. That's going to be 2 rounds in favor of the boys on free Eli.
And I mean, I kind of hinted a little bit. I think they really struggled with the top floor. I mean, they gave up so much space trying to hold on to the library side that they didn't do anything on master side. There was not a whole lot of slowdown. I mean, you saw Penguin try to push the breach. Or push the floor holes and try to get a kill. He was able to pick up 1 or 2, but for the most part, when you give him that much space, they're gonna take it for free. You have to slow him down somehow. I've seen a lot of teams recently really weirdly just barricade a bunch of doors to slow down attackers, and I can see where that comes from, but I don't think that was the answer there. I think they really just needed to fight a little bit harder, leave a roamer on that side to kind of mess with it, trap something to kind of slow them down, so that when their site players were getting attacked really hard, they could help them out instead of having to deal with the players upstairs pushing down onto them. And so it seemed like there was a lot of extra pressure coming from the attackers that really wasn't there. It was just how much it was uniform across the map that really they struggled with because of the way they had set up the site.
Okay, so as I was saying that maybe the first round was kind of like a little troll, it doesn't seem that way at all. Seems like these operators are handpicked and calculated to the max whenever they're going master in office, because they've picked the exact same operators, the exact same lineup, the same players going the same people. So this is interesting to say the least. At least this time, though, to open up this castle, we're gonna have the Buck using his hard breach charge instead of using an entire thermite charge to open up that single, castle barricade. But wow, I find this quite interesting that this, out of all operators and of all sites and everything, this master bedroom push, or not push, defense on Chalet, they decide to bring these ops. I don't think I've ever seen this composition in my life ever for comp, and I honestly don't know whether or not this is like some sort of like really skillfully calculated thing, or if they're genuinely just trolling.
I mean, yeah, maybe they are, but it seems like they're playing it like you should play Kitchen, except they're playing it as a second floor site. It's really confusing to me in particular, honestly. Timp able to pick up a depth, though, to start off the round, get that Sentry off the board, and a Scary's going to pick up one on Hasuni. It's just falling apart. They're trying to play really heavy into this kind of gun macro, and it's just not working.
I don't like it at all. I feel a little bit bad, but I'm just like, why, of all ops, do y'all decide to? I feel like the only actual plausible like operator is this castle, and then maybe a little bit of the dog. I think a dog is quite usable on certain maps if you need a kind of like a flex op. But anyways, close out that round. Really nothing to say there other than a flawless from the side of Free Eli. And so with that, they're gonna be going on defense. Maybe it's just the offense of Chalet. Maybe Bottle Service is going to pick up where they left off at the beginning of the game, and they're going to end up bringing us to 3-3 by the time that they're back on the defense.
As we're going down to wine, I love the Goyo and the Melusi here. They're going into this kind of slowdown. I mean, clearly their guns haven't been working as hard as they want to, and so when they're kind of running into attackers, it's in their kind of tempo. So bringing these slowdowns allows them to play closer to their tempo that they want to play. So maybe it'll work. Maybe this basement will be a lot better. But so far, as we are moving over, I realize now that after I said all that, we have swap sides. The quarter system is throwing me. It's Free Eli's side defense now. And so this will be the first time that they're able to actually pull that out. And so seeing them bring the slowdown is really nice, because it shows that they're playing closer to the macro of what I think this match should be, where they're forcing gunfights off of utility instead of forcing utility off of gunfights.
And I also like that they're actually bringing proper ops. I do like this. And damn, already an early interaction. And it's going to be Jock's going to get tagged up to 22 HP. Poor guy. Also by main. Watch out by those rocks. Somebody's heads might peek through. It is, of course, going to be Champ. I love Champ. I think he's an amazing player. He's one of the first people that I ever got to cast. So it's always great getting to return back to see some people that I started off with. But we will see how Bottle Service attack goes. Their defense was quite lackluster. Not too much to say about that other than we got to revamp everything that we're doing. But anyways, we will see how the offense goes. They do know that somebody's going to be by top blue, so hopefully they'll be able to shut them down and start making their way in through library. It also seems like K9 might be the way, but with that attempt to take down Hasuni, it's a 4v5 in favor of the boys on Free Eli.
As we're getting into it, obviously, Ash off the board, that's going to be big in their space making. They have really struggled, or they're really going to struggle to find the space, especially in a site like basement. So they're going to have to take their gunfights and win them. They're going to have to win a majority of their 50-50s. And here's the one that's going to be soon waiting for this ace, but it's going to be Ions to step up and take Penguin off the board. That's more utility off the board. Another one to fall. Dami's able to pick up one, pick up two. And it's looking a little better for the attackers. They've answered for some of those kills that they've fallen, but it's still going to be Jocks on low health. He's going to have to play closer into that utility unless he can find the gunfights that he wants to. But with basement, they're just going to bunker up. They're going to wait, and they're going to be ready for him.
Well, hopefully the boys on Bottle Service will be able to close out this round in beautiful fashion. It will be a little bit heartbreaking to see them lose. And with that, Exer's gonna get taken down to 3v2. Bottle Service with the advantage. They are in the lead right now. Their horses are winning in their bets, but will Free Eli be able to close it down and shut down anything? There is gonna be a minute on the board, and of course, the boys on Bottle Service do still have the diffuser in hand. It might be a different story if they ended up losing it along the way, but luckily for them, they didn't. It seems like maybe a little bit of verticality is gonna start to be being made, but I'm curious to see where they're gonna push in from. Seems like they're gonna open up that connector hatch, that E-box, whatever y'all want to call it. I would call it E-box. But anyways, coming down main stairs, a shotgun Scary onto Adept, easily refragged out by Jocks. A 2v1, but that is going to be the diffuser down by main stairs. Never mind, gets picked up by Mr. Tom, and Toaster is going to be left in a 1v2. This could be a little bit of a plant situation. We are going to approach just about 20 seconds, and they do know there's going to be somebody outside that main breach, as of course the call out should have came out, but somebody did kill them outside breach, and it will. They know he's on the left side, but do they know that somebody's main? A 1v1. The last one, main stairs, but Dom finishes it out. Unfortunately, Toaster couldn't get that final kill. And Bottle Surface will win their first round, and it will be their first attacking round. So maybe the attack truly is the wave on Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, it's currently 4-0 for attackers as they're moving into it. And it feels weird because generally you see the first one may go towards the attackers, but Chalet has been somewhat of a predominant defense map. It's nowhere close to anything like Oregon, but you typically see a lot stronger macro. There's not a whole lot coming from the defensive side. It seems like both times that the defenders have been playing any of the sites, it's not even just like a specific site, any of the sites, they've been leaning too much into this gunplay. And if you do that, it's just going to advantage the attackers every time. I mean, your attacking util is based on finding space. Your defensive util is based on denying space, trying to either find as much info as you can to figure out where they aren't, or try to deny space like Malusi, Warden, whatever it is, trying to prevent their utility from finding space. And they're not really doing it. I mean, you've seen them push into a lot of these attackers, like even in the library onto Ace. Like, sure, as a roamer you're still finding that, but you didn't have any kind of clue with your duo who's upstairs as well, to hold that hallway. You didn't have a walk-up help. You didn't have any utility to kind of push them back.
Hopefully this round will be a little bit different. Actually, I hope that it's not. I hope that the boys on Bottle Service end up winning it out so that we can get even closer to having a close game. Because those are the best. Seems like, though, main breach might be the wave, but did we mess up a little bit on the EMPs? What's going on? I don't think they realized that it's a Kaid. Maybe they thought it was a bandit. It's not a bandit, though, guys. Y'all better be ready. And so, unfortunately, wall isn't going to get open, at least not for right now, unless they can get it vertically from above. We'll see how well that works out for the boys on Bottle Service.
They're trying to find as much space as they can, but I mean, you're seeing them finally meeting them at some of the doors. You saw the player on top of the stairs and Snowmobile meeting the player at the main door, so they couldn't just walk through. They're gonna have to drone now. Dami has been able to find his way in though, using his drone to kind of find this space. It's gonna be up to whatever they have outside of this site to really slow them down. Another player nearby, sitting inside of games, that is looking to find this kill, but so far they've been pretty passive.
However, maybe Hasuni might just get a little bit aggressive on Mr. Eggs, who's gonna be by split. I don't think Eggs realizes that somebody's gonna come and tickle his butt. He does get one kill, and oh my god! Are you choking? Never mind. All right, I forgot Egger is the GOAT of the MP5. He's gonna take down not one, but two, make it three. That's a three-piece for Mr. Egger. All in one room. Are we gonna see four? Make it four. That's a quad, and he needs one more kill for the ace. Egger on an absolute hot streak. It is going to be Adept left alone in a 1v4, please. Adept taking down one. Come on, this is literally Egger's time to shine. Get your TikTok clip. Get the Twitter clip of your ace in BGS against Bottle Service. He is in split right now. He does see the flashes get thrown. Is going to be flashed and swung out by Adept. Hold on. The same that it was Egger's ace. If Mr. Adept doesn't end up winning this, it will be his ace also, as that was a three-piece. Make it a 1v2 now with just about 35 seconds on the board. He's making his way down. The Malusi is going to let the defenders know about his location. My main stairs get swung out, but don't worry, Little Zombie will block every single shot coming his way, but also blocking every single shot going his way as well. And no way the punch roll from hell, but it doesn't work out. Adam's gonna take down Ions, and does he realize that he's in connector? But Scary is playing the waiting game. He's being very cheeky. He does hear the plant go off, of course, but will he get baited out? Oh my god, both aces this round. Unfortunately, will be shut down. Scary to get the final kill, and that will be the first defensive round, 1 in 5 rounds, and it will be on the side of Free Eli.
And I think that round's a decent example of what I've been kind of talking about most of this play, where you see so many fights. I mean, how much of those fights were based off of the fact that they had information? I mean, Adept basically by himself has to find all 4 of those kills, looking to find 5. He was unable to do it. But it's how little information the rest of his team is able to support him with. It's just a lot of gunfights. I mean, you could almost say it's just a deathmatch at this point, because they're not really droning as much as they should be. The one drone we saw, I'm pretty sure was Dommy's, one sitting right there at the top of Blue Stairs, being able to watch in the games. And so they had some sort of information, but at the most part, you should be working with at least one other person. You should have someone actively giving you information instead of passive information. You passively knowing, hey, they were there 10 seconds ago, they were there 15 seconds ago, they could have moved, but I'm pretty sure they're there, versus, hey, I have eyes on them, I know they're actively here. It makes a world of a difference. You don't have to go in these fights as not cautiously, but as aggressively, because you can slowly take the space. You can cut your angles. You can cut the pie, as they like to say. Kind of take your fights as you want to, and cut up. Yeah, because you're like cutting up the room.
Okay, I like that.
It's a term I've heard before, and I kind of liked it, so I'm using it now.
No, I like it too. And honestly, anything that involves food, I do like it. So, well, I know I'm a bit of a foodie. I do like eating. And I just heard pie, and my ears literally peaked. I don't even know. I completely forgot everything else. All I heard you say was, we cutting the pie, and I said, what pie, guys? All right. What's the flavor? Anyways, back upstairs, or not necessarily back upstairs.
It's cherry.
Oh my god, I love cherry pie. And Tara, stop. Stop. I'll tell you, cherry, pecan, and pumpkin pie are my favorite. Heavy on the pumpkin pie,
but you know what is my favorite? Watching
Tell
this
me.
util get placed. I mean, you can see them actually properly playing. No, it's not cutie pie. It's utility being placed. You saw the way that they actually pretty well cut up library. They did a good job of splitting it up between the individual players, getting the space that they needed. And now that they're getting the wall open, especially with this player on the window, it'll be a lot easier for them to find this round.
we'll see. It's still going to be a 5v5, and if Mr. Penguin is going to be tagged up the cheekiest bit. So, not sure what little interaction he came into, but it might just not work out for him, as it is going to be by that canine door. Temp is going to be the one who's going to be also kind of backed in, but at the same time, Penguin is also going to have to see what will hold in store for him. Unfortunately, it's not going to be Temp that's going to take him out, but instead, the verticality from below. Temp checks his corners, making sure nobody else is playing with him, and is going to finish off Penguin. But with that, Toaster gets taken down. Temp, though, with another swing out onto Dom. It's going to be a 2v4, making a 1v4 as, oh my god, Temp is absolutely going nuclear. But hold on, Hasuni, this is about to be the, oh my god, this is the setup for yet another ace. This is going to be like 3 aces in one game, or at least 3 almost aces in one game. Hasuni is going to have a hold of the bomb. Unfortunately, though, the bomb is going to be downstairs, so he's got to make sure that the top floor is fully cleared out before he can start making his way down. He doesn't want to get cut off by any lone as stragglers approaching 30 minutes. It's going to be a 1v2, but somebody is going to be upstairs. Exert! Finish him off! And the almost ace yet again. Unfortunately, the boys on bottle service are not having the luckiest time on neither defense nor offense.
And it's our favorite time now. We're taking a quick break right here, 45-second little break to talk about the game, giving our players a little bit of a break as well between halftime. And you know what? How are you feeling so far about this half? You got any kind of like immediate things that jump to your head?
Bottle service. I don't know. I feel like the last time I cast a bottle service, it wasn't this.
Yes, that is one of the teams.
I don't know. I don't think it was this. I don't want to be mean or anything, but I don't think it was as bad. So, hey, I know that Free Eli is a great team, but I feel like Bottle Service can definitely do a lot better, and I
Yeah,
want to see
I
them kind of
mean,
lock in.
Yeah, I mean their defensive, both sides of defenses have been kind of lackluster. It's really just been hero plays. I mean, how many rounds can we count off the top of our head that were just based off of a 1v4? At least 3 at this
Yeah.
point. It,
Yeah.
it seems like they're playing, like they're starting off really well, and then something happens, some sort of kind of disconnect happens in the middle of a round, and instead of adjusting, they're like, screw it, I can just shoot better. And it can work.
It's
The problem is both
wing.
teams are doing it.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we just saw 3 almost aces. There's probably more, to be honest. There's probably a little bit more people getting 3 pieces all in one go, but I guess we'll see. Also, if Free Eli does end up winning this out, it's going to be match point, and this would be a little bit upsetting because I believe in Terradus, we're going to be casting them one more time. So, you know,
We get to see him twice.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
I
I'm
wasn't
not
gonna
sure how
say
bad the
anything.
mental
I wasn't gonna
charge-
spoil the surprise, but
No, but it was on the
I don't
stream,
like
though.
spoiling the surprise.
What do you
over
mean?
here.
It was on the stream, though. It was literally on the stream, though,
Yeah,
where all the
yeah,
teams were
but, like,
there.
Like,
Like,
not
like
everyone
it-
looks at that. You know.
Oh, sorry, guys.
sorry.
Sorry, guys.
I'm
I
sorry.
ruined the surprise. I'm sorry.
It's not that big of a surprise though. And as we get into this next round, I mean, Free Eli absolutely kind of running away with this game so far. It's 5-1. They've been performing a lot better. Partially they're shooting better, but it seems like their beginning round that I kind of talked about a little bit has lasted longer than Bottle Services had. The breakdown happens a lot later, and so they're further into their rounds before they kind of just descend into chaos. And so far it's been working for them. Moving over to this attack round as they're starting their prep, it looks pretty clean.
Well, hopefully the boys on Bottle Service will be able to hold up this clean act and at least win one defensive round, because right now their only round win has been on attack. And it was the first round of attack. However, Scary is going to get in there like swimwear, jumping in through, but is going to get taken down by Mr. Dom. Thank you for doing your due diligence and holding down Blue as best as you possibly can. A 5v4 underway, and it's just about 2 minutes remaining in the round.
And once again, looking for this interesting kind of head holes. I haven't seen someone set up this angle in a bit. It seems like it kind of went away for a bit, but Tim's gone back to it, kind of using it to find the angles instead of open the whole wall, give himself more real estate to work with. But it seems like he's trying to cut it so that he can play off of this blue stairs angle, especially with the Rotero drone able to clear that shield. And so it's been able to make it so that's a lot harder of a fight on blue, as they've got 3 players upstairs. 4. What am I looking at?
Oh my gosh. With that, couple picks coming out, at least one on each side. It is going to be a 3v3 now, but making it 1v3. Oh my god, Toaster with a 2-piece and extra to get Hasuni down. It is going to be Penguin left alone. However, the Twitch is going to be DBNO, so although it says 1v3, technically it is going to be a 1v2 unless the Twitch does end up getting res. There is a yellow ping that comes out. I wonder what that yellow ping is for, because I don't see any outlines on that specific area. The Twitch still again being down. It seems like blue stairs might be a little bit of a problem, but with that, it seems like they will be able to get that res off in main lobby. Yes, they do. And I heard there is going to be somebody by blue stairs. Never mind, they are going to be in. I believe that is room. I hope it's mud room. In a 1v2 though, as Penguin takes down one, but gets instantly taken down after. Unfortunately, the boys on Bottle Service will yet again lose this round and will put themselves in a position of match point, but it won't be in their favor. Instead, it'll be in the favor of Free Eli.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Bottle Service hasn't truly woken up. Maybe it's just not their map. They're looking to see what they can accomplish here, but so far it's been no other word comes to mind but lackluster. It seems like they don't really have their hearts in the game. You see them shooting really well, and it comes out in those moments of heat where you're like, oh, it's a 1v4, I've got to win this round now. But there's no urgency to anything. Whenever they fight stuff, it's because they have to. It's not because they really want to. There are a lot of rounds where, like, even use that last one, where the attackers are pressing them and they're not forcing any kind of pressure back. You're not seeing someone try to deal with the master player. You're not seeing someone trying to walk across kitchen and say, hey, let me walk up a solar, because they've done it 3 times in a row. You know what their play is. They're probably going to leave a drone on solar, but at the very least, go shoot that drone. Go remove some sort of safety net for them where they can have someone stare at the stairway, and instead force them to rethink their pushes. But so far, it really hasn't happened. Bottle Service has been giving so much freedom over to Free Eli, and I mean, at this point, I think that man's getting out of prison.
Yeah, unfortunately, or that's exactly what it seems like. Free Eli is about to get freed, and it's about to be freed by Brazil as well. It might just be 7-1, which will not be too. It won't be too saucy, I won't lie. Like I said, if y'all didn't know, and I'll spoil the surprise one more time. Free Eli and Bottle Service are going to be playing again, and I'm sure the Bottle Service is mental. Might just be chalk. The smoke might catch himself in a bad situation as a blitz starts pushing him out, but let's see where this road takes us. I did think I saw that somebody trailing right behind the blitz, so hopefully they'll be able to get that kill out. But again, maybe it won't be so hopefully, only because of the fact that, you know, we don't want Bottle Service to go out this early. Hopefully not, but with that though, Scary taken down. It will be a 5v4 blitz. Might just make his way down the main stairs. Getting a little bit aggro on it, that's for sure.
As he's making smiley faces in the wall, they're trying to shoot him through them. But, I mean, they're putting a little bit of pressure. That wall's not being fully open or even, like, jumpable at this point.
I think they're just having fun.
I mean, it's the same kind of thing. We're talking about battle status. You're not forcing any pressure. Excuse me. You're not forcing them to kind of move out of their positions. They've bunkered in, and you have to kind of shut them into 1 or 2 rooms and kind of force them together so they're taking the same gunfights and kind of pressed against each other. I love the vert at the very least to kind of do this, but with that wall still fully open and back wall line still fully open, there's so much freedom on site to rotate.
We'll see how well the boys on Bottle Service will hold up. They do have the 2-man advantage. Seems like Blue might be the wave, at least for Temp, as he is going to start making his way down. Maybe trying to catch somebody off guard. It is going to be about a minute, but they most definitely know he's there. They are going to tag his toes a little bit, and with that, Penguin will take down Exer. It's going to be left up to a Blitz and an Ash. The verticality might not really bear too much fruit. Doesn't seem like anybody's going to be walking there anytime soon. And with under a minute in a 5v2, it seems unlikely that the boys on Free Eli are going to win this out. If they do win this out, then I don't even know what to tell you. But let me tell you one thing. Temp will take down Penguin, making it a 4v2. Just about 30 seconds now. And he's just shooting anywhere he possibly can. Doesn't seem like anything will happen, though, because all I know is if he swings out Blue, that pillar's going to get swung out as well. And a kill from each side comes out. It's going to be a 3v1, 20 seconds. There's going to be somebody behind that pillar. They see him, they know he's there, but Champ on 7 HP. Also, not to mention, there is going to be a duck. So if he does hit anybody low enough, unfortunately, it seems like they can just get rest right back up immediately, or at least healed up to full HP, getting swung out. And it doesn't matter. Hasuni taking down Temp. And at least they will not get Brazil. It's 6-2 to the score. They're still in it.
Yeah, no Brazil here. And I mean, they're still in the game. They can still fight back, but you can't make any mistakes at that point. And that's a huge mental buffer to kind of get past, because every time you make some sort of small thing, you overextending and losing a body, whatever it may be, it's gonna impact your mental. And it's gonna make it hard going into this next game. So they're gonna have to get these next 4 rounds if they really want to be good for next game, or they've already chalked at this point. They've said, hey, we're past this game, let's pick up as many rounds as we can for a round differential, but at this point let's prepare for the next one, and really prepare to take more than 2 rounds in this. And as they're finishing off their defense half, coming over to kitchen now, I'm interested to see what their upstairs play is going to be, whether it's going to be as strong as it has been for the side of Free Eli, and if they're going to fight hard for it, or if we're going to see a really direct take. I mean, we see the Thermite right now on the board. We see the Yana. They may be just trying to go for a full fireplace hit. It's going to be interesting to see how Free Eli takes this.
Hopefully they do it well at the very least. I mean, last round was quite good. Last round was actually quite definitive. So hopefully we can kind of see a little bit of that this round as well. I would love to see that, and I would love to see them do good. This upstairs, we got 4 people up here so far. I'm sure that not everybody is going to stay up here, or maybe they will. Who knows? They do have the hatch open as well, which seems very common. I think it's extremely common. What I don't notice is a castle. I feel like castle gets used at least upstairs, or maybe I'm just, you know, maybe I'm just a little bit tweaking out. But I do think that a castle is probably a little bit better to have up here. But anyways, we'll see how Bottle Service is able to handle themselves. It does seem like the 4 players that are upstairs, or that were upstairs, are no longer going to be. It seems like there's going to be like 3 or 4 people down here, and only 1 or 2 people holding upstairs. But somebody better be careful, their toes nearly get ticked off. Luckily for them, it won't. And we will just about take down the tuba now, though, as he kind of gets caught in the crossfire. 23 HP. He better be careful because Temp is absolutely out for blood.
Opening up, forcing this top floor push is going to make it so that the aggression that I've been complaining about is actually going to happen from the side of Free Eli. Bottle Service on their back toes right now. They're getting pushed back on this top floor. They're losing a lot of the space that they're looking for, and a Temp is going to be able to make sure that Dami loses their life. So they're looking for more of these players, but they're fighting back.
Temp is going to take down one. Of course, when he gets taken, Scary gets taken down immediately after that. So we're back to the 4v4 evened out playing field, but they got to be careful. There are going to be 2 people playing over here by Master. They got to make sure that they can, never mind, make it 3. They got 3 people up here. 1 person is going to be down inside. We'll see how well this goes to the boys on Bottle Service. Seems pretty typical. They just want to shut down anybody and everybody that they possibly can. Watching it through Toaster. Got to be a little bit careful. Don't get burnt. Don't get taken out too early. We're just about a minute just over remaining in the round. And somebody's got to get a pick going out. Somebody's got to get some jiggy moves with it. Somebody does get tagged up, but it won't be fatal in the slightest. Instead, though, maybe a little bit of pressure going in through main towards this kitchen wall.
Trying to get this kitchen in. It's going to be Exer in a little bit of a weird spot, stuck inside a fireplace, trying to fight his way through. And as the gas cannon comes out, they're trying to slow him down. One's going to drop to the basement to help them out, see if they can't get a rotate. If he can find this should be dangerous for them. Spots 1 in blue. Let's see if he can't pick up 1 of at least.
Damn, nearly. Oh my gosh. Somebody might have just gotten caught real bad. Instead, though, he's going to get caught real bad, but that same person is going to get caught real bad as well. Bottle Service in a 1v3. Hasuni to take down 1. We'll see 15 seconds. Bomb is going to start to get planted, but I mean, this is still winnable. From 10 seconds might just beat a 45 in a moment's time. Yes, it will. 45 seconds to get 2 kills and a defusal off. He is going to be just by this kitchen door. He will see him. That's a 3-piece for none other than Hasuni. Make it a 1v1. And where is Toaster? Last we seen, I don't even know where he was last we seen. He was upstairs. He's going to be just outside of the breach. And they're going to... Oh my god. He's going to get off the planet, absolutely swing out to Toaster. Well done to Mr. Hasuni. The quad kill, a near ace, and he wins out the round. They are going to be down, but they are not out yet. This might just be a 1-6 comeback.
Don't get too ahead of yourself. They were able to play really well in that round, and if they can keep that up, it could be their game. But they're still going to not only need to pick up these next 3 rounds, they've got to win overtime as well. It's not guaranteed even if you get these 3. And it's guaranteed if Free can get 1. So they're still on their back toes. They still got to continue performing like they did in that last round. And like I said, it's going to be up to Bottle Service. Free Eli can make these mistakes because they've got that 3-round buffer before they're forced into OT. It's not a 1-round buffer where you're forced to lose. So even if you lose these 3, it's not terrible. You can still play OT. If you're Free Eli here, so you can make more mistakes. You can get more aggressive. You can take dumb positions, because you have that buffer. Should you? No, but sometimes you can use it to catch off guard. It means that they have the ability to play a little bit more weird. Bottle Service has to play properly. They've got to find the fights that they're looking for. They've got to use their drones properly. And as they're on their attack for their last little bit, I think it's going to be hard for them to fight for these next 3.
Wait. Oh no, they're gonna be on attack for the next 3 rounds. A run out comes out, but nothing to go with it though. That was just Temp being a little bit over aggressive. It don't matter though. We'll see how well this round goes out for them. And it seems like a scissor spawn peeking galore. Not only is it going to be 10, but Scary's going to try and dip his toes a little bit of something too. However, Ion's going to be the first one to get taken down. We'll finish him up. And with that, of course, attempt to get a refrag of 3v4. But there is going to be a downed castle. He will get revived though. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe they're going to be baiting him out. Never mind. A 3v4 turns to a 2v4 attempt. We'll take down yet another. But Dom is going to take him down immediately after. And a 2v3 turns to a 2v2 as Adept will find another one in the crossfire. It's going to be Exer and Toaster versus Dom and Mr. Adept. They are going to be opening up this K9 wall. And I mean, 2 minutes remaining. We've gotten 6 kills coming out in a minute. I can't believe that.
Yeah, it's been a fast-paced first minute, but Free Eli isn't terribly down. They do have they are down in the health advantage, but they still have the guns up, and so it could go either way. They've got the positioning; it's going to be up to really Toaster here. Exer's got to play a lot more passively. He can't play as aggressive as he wants to. Toaster's going to have to take these first fights, and he's going to have to win them. And you can see him already looking to take these fights. He's trying to clear off some of their information, keep them away from Exer, and allow him to really set himself up as he's just setting himself up for some 360s.
He's kind of tending to the plants right now. He's waiting. I mean, the luxury of being a defender is at the same time you can get aggro or you can just wait for the attackers to come to you. Exer will take down Adept. It's going to be up to Dom in another 1v2 to save out this round. A minute. Still a lot of time. It's going to get a grenade to kind of bait him out or at least have him run away, being able to move in through this piano double door, and that Malusi is going to let everybody know that he's just walked his big booty into piano. He better watch out on the head holes. He finds one, Dami. Take it down, Toaster. And it's up to the castle who got downed previously. 20 HP in a dream. No way. 20 HP, it doesn't matter. Dom, watch your aim, buddy. Beautifully done from Exer. Oh my god, pressure. He doesn't feel pressure on 100 HP or 20. He's performing.
And he's gonna again kickstart them off to the first map being won by Free Eli. And before we get into our next map, let's talk a little bit about what went down on Chalet. I mean, it started off kind of chaotic. That was a big theme of that first one. Something we talked about a little bit was there was a lot of deathmatch kind of happening, and where they were playing just to fight each other. It kind of moved away from it. It was a little ranked. That's you did mention that, and I kind of felt the same way. Where it seemed like there were a lot of interesting stuff that they were kind of trying to do to throw off the defense. Or the attackers, excuse me. But it kind of cooled down. They were moving towards more of a standard play, trying to play off of their guns, but playing with utility they're used to.
Yeah, this is when I was like, oh, I hope that, they're going to be coming out with something a little bit different, a little bit of more plays. But, every time I'm like, damn, I wish that it wasn't so linear. No, maybe this is a time where it needs to be linear. I don't want to see any more freak plays.
Yeah, I mean, generally you don't really go, hey, yeah, I want this to be linear. I want you to play kind of... I hate to say it, but what I complained about Rising Phoenix in the past and during quals, playing unoriginally, you need to go back to basics. You need to go back to your square one when you're a player that can play really properly. You need to make sure that you're playing to your fundamentals, and it seemed like they really weren't doing that.
Because Bottle Service Loki has it in them.
Yeah,
they definitely know what they're doing. I'm not sure what those 2 defensive rounds on Master were. This is not, we want to see individuality. I would love to see a different sort of play. But maybe not something, so that was like just way off. That was like way off. Like there's no return after that. But no, they have it in them. They did great for those rounds. It was just... There was some rounds that were really unfortunate, rounds that like ended up being a 1v4 and then ends up being a 1v1. And it's like so random. It's like everybody's about to it's like, oh my God, everything's happening all at once. But well done to both teams. They did great. Unfortunately, Bottle Service will lose that out, but redemption is possible. Why don't you let them know, Terrace?
It is possible. You're right. It is possible. As we're going to be jumping to our second game soon, but
I won't let them know too much. We will talk about the game when we come back. We're going to jump to a short break here in just a second. We'll be back with more content soon.
Bye, guys. For now.
This is how I like it.
And welcome back. It's still us. We're still here, and it's still Blitz Gaming Series. I am Interidus, once again joined by Bianca for map number 2. Still the same teams as well.
Yes, so we'll see. Free Eli did end up winning the last game on Chalet, so we will see if the boys on Bottle Service can win out this second game that they will be playing against Free Eli. Again, it will be nice to see them go 1-1, but we'll see if Free Eli is going to take the dub one more time. With that, we'll see the rosters once again. If you guys weren't here last game, are y'all surprised? Big surprise is still the same people. Scary, Exer, Temp, Toaster, and Ions are going to be on the side of Free Eli. And for the boys on Bottle Service, we're going to have Mr. Dom, Hasuni, Penguin, Adept, and Jock. So yes, surprise, surprise is the exact same people. Hopefully it won't be the exact same type of map, and hopefully it won't be the same win either. I would love to see Bottle Service win this out, just to be like, yes, it's 1-1. There's no definitive winner yet.
No, there isn't a definitive winner yet, but it is a best of 2, so there could be no definitive winner. Period. So they're looking to grab as many rounds as they can. Bottle Service down 1-1 now. But Free Eli picking up their first game of the season so far, so both could be putting themselves on a good start for this season if either of them can pick it up and win the second map. But let's go ahead and take a look at what map we're actually watching first before we start talking about the rest of the game. And it's Chalet off the board early. It's going to be Oregon to bring it back out. A map that has or is soon getting removed from the pool, but we are still playing through it, and it's a map that everyone should know at this point.
What I will say is, thankfully, we're going to be on that 3-3 quad split. So I feel like the Oregon games are always a little bit more, it's a little bit better, you know, now that it's 3-3 split. We get to see a kind of little taste for everything for both teams before we get too deep into the game. But with that, lay it on me, Inter. Let me know what the predictions are for bans.
I don't know. I mean, it's Oregon, so they kind of throw around a lot. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Mirror or a Cade, but it really just depends on the teams. I think that it kind of changes depending on how they play. So Ying being off the board is entirely surprising. Dokebi falling as well. Even a weird one, Brava, sorry, excuse me. Falling, some people like to kind of ban it on this one. And so it's kind of just dependent on the team.
Well, you say that. Wow! You literally just sniped that Bravo. What?
Called it.
Dude. All right, nah, that's gotta be like what's it called? Damn, you know what I'm talking about, man? It's like a snipe pick. Like, this certain player is really good on Bravo, so we're gonna get it off the board. We don't even a target ban. Bro, that's like a target ban. You cannot tell me that you just absolutely knew that they were gonna ban Bravo. What?
I think I'm just a genius. I think that's what it is.
Bro, you cannot. I would have bet $1 million Bravo would have never been banned. Oh my God.
Well, too bad I won that bet.
Holy
Taking myself
crap.
to Vegas right now.
Jeez,
Valkyrie
Vegas,
off the board.
You get $1 million in and you're going to
Vegas. Apparently, I don't have $1 million, but I guess I will soon if I go to Vegas. And starting it off, we may see a really fast hit. I mean, you see the Blitz on the board already. Ashes follow as well. This will be interesting to see how it starts off. I mean, this is Bottle Service trying to pick up their first round, and we'll see if they can do it.
You know what that is missing? I feel like a lion is missing. I feel like a lion on that attacking lineup. I say completely get rid of the ace and just bring a lion. That's what I'm thinking. The Lion, Dokkaebi, and Blitz would be an absolutely... Wait, what did that say?
But yeah, Lion would be really, really powerful here. Kind of slow them down as much as you can. Grim kind of helps in the same way. It isn't as much information, but being able to kind of cut down a rotate makes it really strong. And so we'll see if they can kind of have the same impact, but I wouldn't be surprised to see 4 people walk in a bunker.
Well, I would love to see that because holy shit.
Oh my God, looking for this round. It looks like I've lost B, unfortunately. But you have me. We have a bandit on the hatch for whatever reason. That's a choice. Oh, there's 2. Wait, what am I watching? This is ranked all over again.
Oh my god.
You know what? If one battery won't be enough, I'm sure 4 batteries will be perfectly fine to kind of help them get the. It's not going to do anything. They're just going to shoot it. I'm not sure if he's just trolling at this point, trying to see what he can find. And as they're looking for it, it seems like they've spread out. They haven't done the full hard push. They're pushing over on the side of showers. This one's gonna fall. It's gonna be Timp off the board off early, and that's their zombie. That's the barricades that you've been looking for, and seeing what they can do. I can hear you once again. Welcome back,
Oh my
B.
gosh, we're back. No, Inter, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh my god, Inter, you got me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm like, I don't know what to jump in. Guys, I'm back in business. 2 minutes of the round. It's going to be a 4v5 bottle service with a man advantage. It seems like they know somebody is going to be over by T2. It is going to be the Legion, and they might just absolutely break down his knees. A Penguin to take down Scary at 3v5 at a minute 40.
And he's been able to find a lot of space, find 2 as well. More damage towards the Mira. 1C4 is going to grab a player, though. That's their finger off the board. They're not going to have the heals that they've been looking for, and that space making is going to be off the board off of that. Being able to play aggressive with her buff. They're going to have to deal with a lot of utility as well. This Warden, this Mira, and C4 coming out. But the Warden off the board is going to make it a little bit easier for them.
Seems like Free Eli is a lot more confident on Oregon versus Chalet. They've been playing absolutely amazing, but Exer's gonna get a 2-piece. And the boy Hasuni is gonna fall, but make it 3 kills for the boys on Free Eli as they will find another. Damn, that pistol shot's absolutely fast, but Exer on an absolute heater with a 3-piece. However, nobody is safe from the blind of Blitz. Penguin playing a big part in this round, and he will win it out for his team. Although they nearly did lose it after having such an advantageous start, they will close it out, finally finding their first round.
Being able to pick it off of the shield means that the defenders are going to be used to it now. They've wasted their first round advantage, which honestly, I think that's what you got to do. I think you got to use that first round to kind of throw stuff up. I mean, I've said in the past, I think taking a really aggressive first hit is really important. You can kind of catch your defenders off on their toes, and you can really catch them off guard. Being able to find it, we'll see. I really got to know: is Toaster going for it again? Is he gonna drop 4 bandit batteries on the same hatch again? Clearly, it didn't do anything. It doesn't create some like protective shell if you put enough on it. It could be used somewhere else. They could use it so that they could clear off literally anything. I don't understand the point of it, but who knows? I'm not him apparently.
But maybe this is why we're just the casters and we're not the players, because half the time these players know something that we don't, and that seems like a pretty calculated and very like thought out plan. I think that they're using the bandit, they're because basically there's gonna be a sound call when they shoot that bandit from above the hatch, so they're gonna know, yes, that they did shoot that and that they're gonna be getting ready to get the hatch. So I think that's exactly why they're doing that, and not for any other particular reason. Wow, that's a little bit cheeky. I didn't know that you can do that.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you,
can. You
Penguin.
can use it to kind of cut noise as well. It there's a silent drop.
That's compy.
Yeah,
That's a little bit compy.
It's a little bit of a sneak peek.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
But
using
a
that
little
from
bit of
now
sneak
on.
peek as well is going to be Temp still sitting in garage using these cams to keep himself alive. A call is going to go out, so the information that he could be over there could be heard on that drone. I think Jox does notice the sound for it. They're trying to fight for it, but they're still fighting down these main stairs, taking this main space. Looking to see if they can't find this roamer.
Ugh, I love this angle right here. I believe there's also one like anyways, I digress. Penguin to take down Temp. We were right. They did know that he was going to be over there by that small garage, and so he gets taken out. Don, though, gonna check if anybody else is in there as well, swinging out, making sure it's absolutely cleared fully. And Free Ela is gonna be on the back foot, as they will be at a little bit of a man disadvantage. Unfortunate for them, but maybe the boys on bottle service will end up kind of stepping over and tripping and ending up losing a life. We'll see. later on in the round.
Looking to see what they can do, but with Temp off the board, that's a lot of pressure that they were looking for. That even though they don't know that he was there originally, the call going out, they found that information. It immediately puts like a red check mark on their screen to say, hey, we've got to deal with this fight. If we leave him alive too long, he could flank onto us, and so it's a lot of pressure. As soon as he falls off the board, they feel a lot more freedom to just walk down the stairs like that. Hasuni picking up 2, Penguin to fall, but the aggression is already started. Everyone's falling left, right, and center. Bottle service to pick up basement again.
Oh my god, where was this bottle service on Chalet? Where was this bottle service on Chalet? This is ridiculous. You cannot be serious. Maybe Temp really is like the absolute pillar for the boys on Free Eli, because he's died quite early both times and the team has crumbled right after that. But oh my god, bottle service is absolutely revamped. They took the L from last round and is using it to their advantage. They're getting in there like swimwear. Their attack is practically uncontested, and now that that's settled, Free Eli losing both times in the basement. Buddy, y'all better swap, and so they did.
And as they've swapped up, they've given up a huge mental buffer. The basement is kind of a lot of team safety. Being able to fall back to it whenever you're not winning rounds. And if you're starting off on basement and you're not winning those, it's showing that something's struggling. There's a lot of space that's being given so much up to the attackers. It's not even the fault of their roamers. Their roam died really early because he's by himself. You could have had someone else with him, but it's mostly the fact that like he's able to walk down tower stairs for free. You don't have anyone fully holding the pillars to kind of force them down. It's rough right now for Eli.
Well, hopefully they can, come back from it, although it is only the first 2 rounds. And so a new round will begin. Not only that, but if they do end up losing this out, at the very least, they will be put on the attack. So I always say this all the time, but I feel like Oregon is I feel like it's a lot more evened out when it comes to attacking and defending than people believe. I feel like it's not necessarily attacker or defender sided at all, only because of the fact that everybody is so familiar with the types of strategies and attacks and defenses and setups for this map that I feel like truly it just comes down to who's playing a little bit smarter and whose aim is just a little bit better. With that though, Temp taking down Hasuni, finally the boys on bottle service will be at the man disadvantage for right now. And did a plant almost go off, or are my eyes deceiving me?
I didn't get to see it. It looks like Ace isn't even no, planting it off. He's not even in the building. He's sitting outside the balcony, and they've got a player really close on this breach that is looking to find something, but Ions is going to find one on the Dami, and they're trying to find space, but so far the defenders have been doing a good job of pushing him back.
See how far that takes them. Bottle service is going to be at an even bigger disadvantage than they were before, but Jocks will kind of help even it out a little bit with that though. Exor saying no, y'all get one, we'll get one more 2-piece. And it seems like Games taken down by Temp. Beautifully done. That was top white. Oh no, not top white. That was, sorry, I thought that was top white. That was going to be just outside of Games in the closet. And so finally, Free Eli will find their first round, and now they will swap to the attack. We'll see if Bottle Service can hold up this amazing gameplay now that they are on the defense.
And on the defense they are, but this is also Free Eli's chance to shine. I mean, you saw how kind of strong they were on their attack sides for Chalet. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can pick it up and finally start picking up some more rounds. They were able to find the one as soon as they moved off of it, but it does give me a little bit of cause to be weary. They struggled to cut off a lot of space that the attackers were trying to make. There were a lot of places that were just left open. And so as you go into your attack round, that requires a lot more coordination going into it, and having issues with space not being held that should be, it's, like I said, cause to be weary. I think they're gonna struggle a little bit playing against each other, and if they can cut that out and start winning rounds, it could be a lot better for Free Eli.
10 seconds left.
Well, I mean, like we said, it's just a big game, so we'll see how well they can perform now that, they are going to be on the attack. It's going to be completely new, and this is the best part about that little quad split. We get to see the defense and the attacks quite early on into the game for both sides of each team. We'll see if Bottle Service is able to hold themselves up just as well as they did when they were attacking, and we'll see if Free Eli is, you know, they got a little bit of a back foot when it comes to attacking, or maybe they won't. Maybe they'll be even stronger and more powerful than when they were on the defense. But anyways, I digress. We're gonna have the Dokkaebi now that she's on the board. She will be able to be played, and I like that. I like seeing the Dokkaebi sometimes. She's very annoying. I'll tell you something. I play ranked, and I ban Dokkaebi every single time. I absolutely hate Dokkaebi. I hate going against her. Yeah, and I'm glad when she's not banned that teams still utilize her, because I feel like she is such a pain. And with that, as I'm speaking about her, their phones are going to be ringing, and it seems like coming down main stairs might be a bit of the wave, or never mind. Maybe they're all gonna be going down
Removing the
through.
mirror.
Oh, they're going down through the freezer stairs.
Removing that mirror from laundry was really important for this. They're looking for a player nearby, but it's not happening. They're not there, so they've kind of denied as much as they want. But I think this kind of show why the Brava ban was so important. I mean, you see the fact that because that Brava ban is up, they can play Aruni, they can play Wamai, they can play Malusi, but they're not going to be able to play Ash too long, as they're going to fall and they're going to lose another body.
That's going to be unfortunate for Eli yet again, starting on a disadvantage. Only one round they started on the advantage, and it ended up having them win it out. So maybe it's a pattern. Maybe it's a pattern to start winning your ones, or at least not be so aggro. But I mean, with a minute remaining in the round, there's only so many times you can be passive before you really have to start locking in. On top of this E-Box hatch, we are going to have Mr. Scary waiting it out along with the Nomad. We'll see how the tides turn now that we've officially reached a minute, and Bottle Service is still holding on quite well.
Holding on, but it looks like the drop is going to happen soon. They're getting ready for it. They've done their prep. They've cleared off some of these Miras, made it a little bit easier for them to find the space, but they're still so comfortable in this fight. You can see they're free from the rotates, and it's going to be hard for these attackers to really find a hold into it.
Coming down these main stairs, we'll see a little bit of pressure getting added, but unfortunately, but it's gonna get taken down by a C4. Make it to Adapt and Penguin, both each respectfully get their own kills, and Hasuni on another toaster. Oh my god, not even a chance to shoot a bullet, make it a flawless round. And wow, I must say, Bottle Service is looking absolutely stellar. A timeout as well is something we don't get to see too often. I feel like teams don't take advantage of this enough, but I'm glad it's coming out. I'm glad.
100%. I think I would agree. I think that teams not using it enough is kind of bad. You see how often they really need it, and I think this is a really good time to use it. And I hope they're talking about not their own, talking about Battle Service here. I hope Battle Service isn't talking about how they're playing and more how they're impacting Free Eli. It seems like, I mean, I kind of mentioned it, there's so much freedom within sight for them to mess around with. You have to cut off angles. It seemed like they were so afraid of that Mira, even though there's no one holding it. You can put a drone there, you can drone it out and see, hey, there's no one actually actively holding that, and so we can get closer to this Mira. It seemed like there was so much freedom given to the defenders because they were so wary of some of the utility coming out from the defense. And so that's something you got to work on. You can't just say, hey, just because I see a Mira, I'm so afraid now. No, you have to be able to push through it, drone it out, use the utility you have to clear it. They tried to use the Ash, but I mean, you have other options. You have flashes, you have stuff that you can do. Drone it out. Even just droning it out gives you that kind of freedom to say, oh, there's no one actively on this mirror right here. Well, as long as we hold the cross, there's no one that can get over there. And so it's kind of dead because they can't play it as much from that closet. It's because the other mirror in the closet is gone. And so it's just minor things like that. That really kind of harm you as an attacker because you're giving so much leeway over to the defense and giving them the option to be able to move so much.
Somebody said, I think Toaster is holding us hostage. As the server just completely shuts, or at least it completely freezes. Hopefully, we can get back to it soon. But I do like that. I think you're right. I mean, I see Mira and I feel the same way. I get a little bit nervous. I'm like, damn,
Yeah.
she can see me. I can't really see her. But it's true. Flashes are your friend along with drones. If you're able to kind of cheekily, I'm sure it's a little bit hard to kind of get a drone into certain areas, especially because, the defenders are so, vigilant, and their bottle service has been nothing but amazing, at least on Oregon. They've been doing absolutely incredible, so I would understand, but I think that there's definitely ways to kind of get over the fear of a Mira, or at least to kind of push yourself through. I also think though that Temp is it seems like he's the backbone, at least the entry for the boys on for Eli. So I think having him die out quite early ends up spiraling the team into kind of like, oh my god, what do we do now that Temp is dead?
Yep. Unfortunately, that's just what's going to happen. But we are going to jump to a quick break. We have some tech issues. We will be back once we fix it, and we'll have more gameplay for you soon.
Bye, guys, for now.
Since I hit your phone, I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates, and they say communication save relations. Okay, medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way, cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through?
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anywhere, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway.
And we are back after that short break. It's 3-1 free Eli right now. Or wrong side. Bottle service. I was fully expecting after that last game for it to be free Eli, but I forgot we've done a little bit of a swap here. How's this game going so far in your mind here, B?
Well, I'm glad to say that bottle service, is doing better than last game, but I'm also surprised that free Eli is just falling this fast. I feel like we could definitely see a lot more from them considering last game they were playing quite good. But then again, it's only 4 rounds in. Make it round 5 now. They've started and they will be going upstairs. Bottle service winning their first round of defense as well. So we'll see if they can keep up their hot streak.
And a hot streak so far. We'll see if, like you said, they can keep it up. Or if this break may have kind of cooled their jets. That's such a terrible term. I hate that I said that.
That's kind of like one of those like white people sayings. I was saying it the other day.
I mean, I am a little bit white, so maybe that's why. Maybe it's the dad energy kicking in for me. But as we're getting into this next one, we're gonna be upstairs. It's gonna be a little bit of what has been so far free Eli's playhouse, and so we'll see if they can pick up this round as well.
I was gonna say the other day I was saying I think my favorite white person saying is let's rock and roll, but cool your jets.
Hit the road.
Hit the road.
Hit the road has got to be one of my favorite white people sayings.
I actually like that one too, but I straight up think I don't think nothing beats let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll, guys. And with that, we'll see if Temple's gonna rock and roll as he was the previous map. Scary is gonna take down Hasuni. And the trend goes, usually the team that gets out the first pick will end up winning the round out. So for Eli with this advantage, hopefully they can keep up with the trend and they will end up winning this round out, since these last couple rounds have not been too well for them. At the very least, Temp has been taken out quite fast. So seeing him alive is making me quite happy. And with that, he will also take one. It's going to be Penguin.
It's going to be Temp to pick up one as well. And another body falling this side on the side of free Eli as they're trying to find more space, but it's going to be scary to pick up Jocks. And it's all up to Dami to finish off the round, but free Eli taking it fast after that break and showing that they're still in this game.
Maybe that's all they needed. They just needed a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a cooler. They were gone, and now they're back playing better than ever. Bottle service was most definitely not ready for that. And we'll see. We'll be going back upstairs. So maybe they'll be holding down the house a little bit more secure this time around as the trend continues. Usually the first pick that comes out, whoever it's in favor for, will end up sweeping up the round.
As we go back upstairs, see what kind of changes they're going to be making. I think a big thing is meeting them at doorways. It's something I talked a little bit about in the last map. You gotta, especially on this map, it's a huge deal on this map, is meeting them at doorways. Forcing them to make some sort of sacrifice to get through into the building, whether it's a form of utility, having to waste drones so that you can spot a specific side of the map, or throwing a flash, whatever it may be. And if you can, make it a body. But the big thing is making them waste something, some sort of fee, if you might, to be able to kind of get through into the building. So far, they really haven't been doing that.
Hopefully they can, though. Nothing much happening, of course. Round just begins. Not too much to say, but we'll see if Bottle Service is able to hold up the fort like they have been previously. At least not even holding down the fort, because this is their first time on defense. The quad split, if you guys are unaware, but it seems like maybe a little bit of white. No, maybe they're just putting that out for the white stairs run out. I hope they don't jump in through there. That would be a little bit cheeky, I'm not gonna lie. It seems like, though, already Temp is gonna make his way through. And this is what I'm saying. Temp seems like the pure backbone for the boys on Free Eli. Taking down Adept. I love seeing Temp play. This guy's an absolute machine. I'm not sure if he's always on frag or if he's always on entry frag, but I mean, damn, he's been doing amazing these past 2 games, at least when he's not dying. At least not dying early out. He's able to get picks, and he's able to get a couple at that. So, first pick coming out in favor of the boys on Free Eli.
But another pick as well for the boys of Free Elo. It's been their game so far since this swap has been happening. And this is what I was talking about before. X are going to be able to pick up another one where they're shutting off a lot of the rotates. There's no freedom for the defenders right now, and they're really struggling to fight back.
Yeah, this seems like a little bit of a blowout. Let me know, Dom. It's gonna take down Scary. A 4v2, but nearly gets taken out. He better be careful with himself. Running past, he is aware there's gonna be somebody top white. I'm wondering where Asuni. He's also gonna be peeking around there, making sure nobody is gonna be coming up. Not on his watch. A C4 is gonna get thrown, but nothing will be answered with that. It seems like a little interaction. Let him know, Ions. Taking him down. And make it to Hasuni and Dom. Fall into the hands of Mr. Ions on that. Kept me down the smokes to push his way through and to close out that round beautifully so.
And it's us once again. Unfortunately, you don't get to see the game for 45 seconds. You have to stare at our beautiful faces instead. As we talk about what we're going to in this next half, I mean, it's so far been really well for Free Eli. They seem to have absolutely hit the ground running after that break. And as they kind of are pushing into this next half, they're going to have to keep it up. It's going to be up to Bottle Service to come back because it's 3-3 now. They've lost 2 of their defense rounds. And so far, it's been a little bit of deja vu from those first 3 rounds. We've seen those first 2 go to the attackers. And so it's going to be up to 1 coming towards the defense as well. And so as we're going to be swapping sides, it's going to be up to the defense to prevent it from happening again.
Well, I'm glad it's happening like this, though. This is going to be hopefully a close game. You know, I was seeing for Eli get blown out. I'm like, damn. Yeah. That's not going to be fun. Bottle Service seemed to absolutely know Oregon at like the back of their hand, but of course, for Eli, they were down, but not out just yet, and so they will equalize the score back on the defense basement. Is where we will be seeing them play.
And apparently Xer's VOD reviewed in the 45 seconds we had to yap. He took a second to VOD review the other team and see what they can find out about Bottle Service. And another fast hit coming here. They're expecting to hit the ground running into this next half, use that blitz to have hopefully the same kind of value that they could. And it's questionable seeing Free Eli come back to basement. You saw how hard they struggled on it the first 2 rounds. So maybe they'll find some more value this time.
I have to agree with you there, but the round begins and we'll see. I've seen a Dokkaebi, a blitz, an Ash, a Finka, a Hibana. This seems a little bit reminiscent. The previous rounds, I believe there was a Grim instead of that Finka, and there was an Ace instead of the Hibana. But anyway, damn, my memory, I low-key sniped at. That was insane memory, but Blitz already making his way in through Garage. We'll see how far he can get. Never mind, he takes advantage and then absolutely gets out of there. A little bit nervous, or maybe they're just deciding to push it a little bit differently. I didn't even realize that he can one-shot the barricades, but so he can. It seems like maybe walking down those white stairs might be the wave. Doesn't seem like anybody's going to be on the roam either, and if it is, it maybe might be one person, but it seems like everybody is just in and around sight. I'm not seeing much roam game when it comes to the boys on Free Eli.
No, there's not much of a roam game. It seems like they have decided to kind of bunker down. They have those mirrors to play off of, and Scary rotating in the corner as the rest of the attack is rotating. See what they can find, trying to open as much prep as they can to start off, get rid of these mirrors. They haven't been able to do a whole lot. They still have the advantage of those mirrors up. Once those are off the board, it'll make it a lot harder for the defense to be able to hold, and that's the kind of pressure we need to cut off some of these lines of rotate that we've been looking to see.
As we approach just about a minute and a half, nobody has really made much At least not too much crazy progress as of right now. A minute and a half and no kills have come out, so that's nice to see. Both the teams have equal footing, and hopefully they can keep it up for so long until it reaches 20 seconds, and then that's when all the walls start crumbling down. Those are the best, when it starts to become a barn burner. At this point, Elbow is still opened up, but it doesn't seem like anything is going to be happening from blue, at least not right now, unless they do end up rotating. The 2-0 will end up stopping that hatch from being opened up for just a little bit longer. Along with that, maybe a little bit of a grenade to kind of flush anybody who's going to be on the pillar out. Maya is going to catch it, though, and with that, somebody is going to be by Harry Potter. They better be careful, but Exor get the first kill. It's going to be onto Hasuni. Watch out, though. That's going to be a 2-piece, but it gets instantly refragged, making a 3v3, almost a 3v2. Never mind, it is going to be a 3v2, a 3v1 now. Scary to get to, and it's going to be up to Adapt in a 1v3. 40 seconds, he's got a lot of time, but this entire site is being held down. It's on locks. Luckily, though, if he's able to play this the right way, he might be able to get 2 picks and then start to bait a plant. With that, though, he will take down 1. It's going to be Proto. It's going to be Mr. Ions. It's up to 2. He does have flash. He's going to use that, rotate around. Let's see, a C4 comes out, shot midair. Damn, nearly takes down the Azami, but unfortunately will get taken down. And with that, the boys on for Eli winning out their defensive round in the basement, and now they are in the lead.
I mean, it's been an almost full turn for Eli since that rehost, and it seemed like it's been working their way. They've been able to cut the momentum that Battle Service was making in the first half and just absolutely turn it around. They look like a completely different team coming into this, and if they can keep it up, it's really in their favor, especially going to the top floor. Oh, never mind, they didn't go to the top floor. I misread that.
Interesting.
I don't think they had it available to them, actually, now that I think about it. But as we're going down the kitchen,
this is their first.
Yeah, their first tertiary. Yeah, tertiary. That's word.
Oh, but this is their first defending round after the split. So how can they not go upstairs?
That's a great question.
So basically, they're choosing to go
Well,
that tertiary side.
It's their second defensive round.
Yeah, but still, they would still be able to go there, would they not?
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, they should. 3, yeah. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to.
That is interesting. Ooh, maybe they're like, damn,
choice.
we're too much on a hot streak. We need to go to tertiary side. I like that. I like that. It's giving us a little bit of a game, you know? It's giving us, it's like, is this the reality? You know, when they say never let your opponents know your next move. Free Eli don't even let us know their next moves because this is uncalled for. But we'll see how it pans out.
I don't know, maybe. But as they're starting, I love Jocks coming down to bunker here, already starting them off with some pressure on the second floor, but they aren't ready. The basement, they aren't ready for Exer walking down the stairs and getting rid of everything that I just talked about.
Well, as we've been saying, or at least I've been saying, and it's been true every single time, usually the team that ends up getting the first pick will end up winning the round as well, the team that has the advantage. So if this stays true for Eli, there should be freebies for them, but we'll see. They are going to have a Maestro plant up here by the attic. We'll see how long he's able to hold her down for. But up until that point, seems like just him, his shield, and his beautiful LMG.
I love the shield here, making sure he can play aggressive, but still be able to fall back if he needs to. He's gonna have to be careful of the Ashe, though. If they can rotate this Ashe up the tower and help them out, it's gonna be a lot harder for them to be able to hold on to this. And Timp close by, looking to help out. A little bit of a whole gap in their defense on the trophy side, but it hasn't been abused just yet. They've been hard pushing from the tower side. They could lose a body through this window if they're not careful.
They are very aware that somebody is going to be there, especially because of the fact... Oh my gosh, no way. They did realize that there was not going to be a Maestro on that shield, and they took advantage of that. Beautifully done, perfectly so. Getting rid of that shield so that it's going to be a lot harder for the boys on defense to end up playing that out. Still a 5v4 though, about a minute remaining in the round now. And hopefully shots are going to start to get fired and bodies are going to start to get picked off slowly, one by one. Ace coming on these back stairs is going to GBNO that Legion Penguin to finish him off, helping out his friend a little bit. And with that, a 4v3 comes out. Exer's going to get a 2-piece. It's going to be on to Dami. Seems like most of the people are going to be returning back to site now. Maestro in a very interesting spot, to say the least. So Zuni is obviously going to take advantage of that. And a 3v2 quickly turns to a 2v2 as Adept will get another kill. It is going to be onto Temp. The boys on Bottle Service do have their bombs, so they can always try and plant if they need to. And it seems like one person is actually crazy off site, not even on the hatch. But never mind, he will be rotating all the way around. It is going to be Ions on top there, along with that Exer. Oh my god, he makes the game look so easy. Beautiful headshot and a beautiful finish for Ions. The boys on Free Eli seem to be on an unstoppable hot streak.
And it's just been Free Eli's game so far, as they've been absolutely bulldozing the way through Bottle Service. It seems like Bottle Service either got tired after that, or just really couldn't keep it up after the pause. The rehost kind of threw them off, and so as they've been kind of trying to get back into this game, it's going to be up to them to answer. I mean, Free Eli has been playing really well. It seemed like, I wouldn't say they were playing the same as before the break. I think they kind of stepped it up a little bit, but it wasn't a drastic difference. They're playing a lot more solidly together, but for the most part, at an individual level, they're still playing the same. They're still kind of playing together, and they're performing well. But it seems like Bottle Service just isn't fully in this game. They're not prepared to really take a lot of the fights. I think that's definitely been a big part of it, is that they're just not ready for anything.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think they get picked up. They usually end up kind of getting the short end of the stick at the beginning of the rounds. Now they seem to be getting picked off instead of getting picks, so they're not winning their ones or whatever interactions they end up finding themselves in. It just doesn't seem like, you know, they're able to kind of hold themselves up anymore. I'm not sure if Free Eli, you know, stepped up and, you know, started to actually try their hearts out, or if Bottle Service kind of just, they were on a heater, they were doing amazing, and they kind of just fell off. Their downfall needs to be studied.
I don't know if I would go that far, if their downfall needs to be studied, but I do think that they need to really step it up coming back and after this break. And I mean, it's a break as well for Free Eli. Maybe they'll step it back up on the side of Battle Service.
Well, I mean, seems like every time there's been a break, they've been plowing.
Okay, I'm not gonna give it too much of a leeway, but I do think that they definitely need to kind of show up for this game.
I mean, I agree, especially after last game. Not that last game was a complete blowout, but, you know, last game I don't feel like definitely showed Bottle Service's true potential or their true, you know, nature and how they play. I think that this game could have definitely been redemption, and it was at one point. They were playing amazing, but it seems like coming off of a break, Free Eli, it seems like it's free elo for them, because they've just absolutely been plowing through these last 4 rounds and been playing amazing.
Yeah, no, they definitely have. Like I said, they've been playing their siege. They're really prepared for this, and it's up to Battle Service to step it up. They need to start showing up for some of these rounds, and not just at an individual level. It seems like a lot of them are kind of just sleepers right now. They're not prepared. Like I said, they're not prepared for a lot of the pushes. It's not even like it's a fast thing. It seems like some adaptations mid-round are happening on the side of Bottle Service, but there's no real answer back. They're just expecting that stuff is going to happen, and just saying, oh, well, what can we do about it?
Well, you know what y'all can do about it? Y'all can flip the tables and win a round.
Yeah.
We that's what adapting to the game is all about. You know, you go against an opponent and they play a certain style of siege, or they play the certain, you know, the game a certain style of way. And unfortunately, sometimes the only way to beat your opponent is to adapt to it. Sometimes what you've learned isn't, you know, what is necessary to win. Sometimes you're going to have to kind of figure out your own things as you go. And like I was saying, Bottle Service did amazing at the beginning. They were absolutely on a hot streak, but it seems like Free Eli maybe was just sleeping, and they were just kind of letting things happen. And now that they've, you know, stepped up, they know what they have to do. It seems like, you know, Bottle Service is kind of short on the upbringing, and they're kind of just, like you say, they're not able to kind of answer back to what's happening.
Yeah, and I mean, I think part of it can be just like they're tired. I know some of these players are coming off work. It is a Monday, or it's Tuesday. Oh God, it's Tuesday. It is Tuesday.
It's
Jeez.
a big T day. the big Tuesday.
My sense of time is off a little
Just a
bit,
freak-
but it
a
is a
freak's
Tuesday. I
day.
mean, it's the middle of the work week, and so some people are coming off of work, and so it may just be fatigue coming from that. But if you really want to find these rounds, you've got to play like you want to.
Absolutely. I think that's a big thing though, and I guess everything. You can put that in everything. If you really want it, sometimes it really truly comes down to who wants it more. Who is giving it 110 and who is just giving it 100. Because everybody can be giving it 100, but that person that's giving it 110 can, you know, definitely knock the flow off of whoever they're going against. So we will see. Bottle Service is going to be back from this break. Same thing with for Eli, and hopefully the boys on Bottle Service will be able to kind of, you know, come back from this rocky mid game that they've had.
Absolutely, we'll see if, like you said, they can do that. But we're also close to match point. I mean, Free Eli only needs the one round to really find anything. Like I said, Bottle Service hasn't seemed to have any sort of sense of urgency. They're not desiring some of these rounds. They're not going, oh yeah, we have to pick up this round. Maybe they're doing that now.
Oh my gosh. Seems like it's so. Not only that, the Blitz, the Monty that he's on the board is going to be utilized and quite well. 2 picks are going to come out in favor of the boys on Bottle Service, but 1 is going to come out in the favor of Free Eli. Make it 3 and make it 2. A 2v3, just about 2 minutes remaining in the round, and damn! Well, it seems like the break has absolutely powered the boys on Bottle Service up. I need to know what Bottle Service means, because I'm having an idea, but I'm not sure if it's true, and I kind of want to make a joke, but I'm not sure if it will work in the context.
Wait, do you not know what Bottle Service is?
I don't think so. No, tell me.
So okay, all right, this is totally off topic, but whatever. Bottle Service is essentially basically like when you go to like high-end clubs, you'll
and they got like the pretty girls?
Yeah, they're
Yes!
called bottle girls, and they'll go
Oh my
around
gosh.
and they will basically try to sell
The bottle.
liquor.
Uh-huh.
Well, a bottle, but like liquor.
Okay.
And so, Bottle Service is when the bottle girls walk around and sell.
And they're ooh, I thought so, but I was like, I don't know if it's true or not. Oh my god, I'm glad you brought me through this history lesson, because I love that and I love this name. So now I'm gonna think about all the ways that I can like make a joke out of Bottle Service, because no, I'm not even gonna try and say it. If it's not true, if it's not good, then I don't want to say it, because then I'm gonna make it an embarrassment of myself on stream. But anyways.
Oh, we've lost B again, unfortunately.
No.
5 seconds left.
Oh my god, it happens all the time.
We've unfortunately lost B. It is a little bit unfortunate, but we haven't lost this game, as they're both trying their hardest to find it. They have been fighting back. Bottle Service able to pick up that last round. And as they're going into this next one on this basement side, I love the fight so far. This is what I talked about when I was saying that you got to meet them at the doors. You see Jux already hard pushing this this door right here to try to slow them down, to prevent them from getting any sort of space inside a bunker, and try to cut off one of their pushes.
Interitus?
Yes, B.
Okay, just double checking. I did a little meow for you, of course, and for the stream. So hopefully Bottle Service, after winning that round last time, absolutely electric, they can bring us back one more time. Penguin nearly getting his head chopped off by Mr. Temp and his beautiful Glacier. Still a 5v5 though, but Mira's gotta be careful. I'm concerned while Mira is playing in the garage. Was that the Mira playing in garage, or am I like? Okay, so is that like some new tech that
so.
I'm not familiar with?
Well, okay, I guess it's like the same way like you talk about Jaeger, where you can just throw your stuff down and play your own game because your utilities use pre-round. So it's like the same thought. I've seen a Rook roaming, so at this point, like, I don't ask. I saw Maestro roaming before, so, you know, it's T4. Some things happen.
Well, a lot of things are happening now. A 4v2. It seems like Bottle Service coming off of that electric round isn't going to be too electric this time around. With that, though, Dami getting a pig, but it will not matter. Toaster to find 2. And beautifully done. He's going to skite drop that hatch. And he's going to finish off whoever that was at the bottom of backstairs. Free Eli is going to be on match point thanks to Toaster's quick thinking.
And as we are getting into this potentially final round, it's almost the end of their second game, and it looks like it's Free Eli's game. They were able to kind of answer back for that previous round. As we're going down to basement, I'm not sure who I'm really fighting for here. I think Free Eli really needs this game. It would put them up 2-2. They would have been able to find both of them, but Bottle Service has started to wake a little bit after that break. They've started to answer for a lot of the aggression that Free Eli has been bringing them. And so as we're kind of getting into this, I want to see that same aggression in this round. I love the Oryx on the board. It allows you to deal with potential Monty, potential Blitz, but it also allows you a lot of freedom to rotate, especially on that top floor. Like, let's say, hey, you pushed them back, but they've opened up meeting hatch. Well, now they've rotated over to freezer, excuse me. And as an Oryx, what can I do? I jump up that hatch. I can now take more space, and it gives them more options.
Hopefully that will, bear them a lot more fruit, because unfortunately the boys on Bottle Service, although having a 2-round lead at one point, are now going to be at a 2-round deficit. And not only a deficit, but there will not be any room for error. With that, though, it seems like Scary is going to run his way through down main. Seems like the Sledge is going to open up as many castles as he possibly can. Isn't anybody on site? Why is everybody roaming? Oh my God, you're joking. Nobody is on site. Get the diffuser down right now, Exer. Get down there right now, because why are there literally 5 people and not a... Bro, the Dokkaebi just took the bomb. Aw, that was so cute. And damn, with that though, it seems like, of course, Mr. Hasanari, or oh my God, I forgot to say his name. He's going to make his way down to his site. And Free Eli, although they had literally control of the entire site, unfortunately not having the bomb isn't going to be that much. Brood, that's going to be a little bit tough. 2 minutes and already a 2 before Exer gets picked off by that main door. Hasuni, sorry guys, I forgot how to pronounce his name for a second. And so he knows that, unfortunately, Temp is going to be right there and getting picked up from right above the hatch. And
that is
around,
unfortunate.
Yeah, around that could have been so easily won, considering nobody was on site, is going to get lost. And Bottle Service, quite close.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got all of sight without a single body off of the board, immediately losing 3 is not the answer you want. You want to pick up space like your defender at that point. Sure, there's no utility on site to really help you, but you have to remember, they have to fight towards you. Defender util, like I said before in that previous map, is meant to be used to deny space, not necessarily take it. Oryx is like the only one I would roughly say has it to take space. But generally, when you're retaking space, you have to play off your individual gun skill. You have to play off whatever information you have as a defender. You can't use your gadget as heavy. And so, as an attacker, when you can kind of flip the board, sure, you don't have utility to deny space, but you can keep them from fighting back because you're both on the back burner. You're both having to deal with the fact that you don't have as much util that will really help you to really hold the site or really take the site. So you have the advantage. You have the bomb. You have to take that space. And honestly, I think Exer standing in garage was kind of troll.
Well, unfortunately, yeah, because, he did have the bomb, and I'm not sure why he was holding off for so long. I mean, I feel like the call-out could have came quite, at least fast enough. Hey, site's completely free, like we're literally in here and absolutely nobody is here. Like, run down the main stairs right now, get this plant off as fast as you possibly can. The Dokkaebi did end up taking that bomb, but, fortunately they ended up losing the round. With that Bottle Service, still are going to be at match point. It won't be in their favor, but with that though, they do have the chance to bring us to OT, which of course is my absolute favorite, and I hope that they do. However, that round could have been amazing for Free Eli. I'm not gonna lie, that's an opportunity missed, but opportunities come and go. It seems like now the boys on Bottle Service are gonna be holding down the site a little bit better. Seems like everybody's gonna be in and around the same area by site, or if not, just, soft roaming. So we'll see how this round will pan out.
And it's going to be, I think a big part is going to be the attic push here. You do have Ions over here to take it, but you have two players trying to hold on to it. And so it's going to be a big matter of who can take it in this round. That's going to be a massive amount of space for the attackers, but it's also a big thing to be able to rotate as well for the defenders, because you can not only rotate through a close attic and directly into dorms, but you also have the ability to fight towards trophy.
We'll see how trophy goes out. Right now, it's completely empty. Nobody has made their way through, but it seems like everybody's going to be kind of going in for their own. Is anything going on in attic? I was going to say, I did see the Maverick. That was attic, and I did see somebody kind of holding it a little bit, but it seems like they've fallen back, of course. Seems like, pretty standard. We're going to have that little bit of the closet take along with attic, but Exer is going to take down Jocks. However, a refrag comes out. But another kill is going to be coming out in the favor of Free Eli, and a 4v2. Still winnable for the boys on bottle service. They make it a 3v2. Hasuni to take down one. With them, the SMG-11 doing all that dirty talk. And so we reach about under a minute remaining. And it seems like Mr. Maverick Ions is going to get a little bit aggro. Absolutely repelling in through sight. He's got no passions to come out. Going to take down Hasuni Ions with a C4, and so a 3v2 turns into a 2v2. 30 seconds, and they don't even have bomb. They're gonna absolutely need these kills if they want to win it out. Temp though, taking down Adept, and so Hasuni left in a corner all by himself. They do know that somebody is gonna be by the closet. I think he senses it, or at least kind of has an idea, as well as that default kind of plant. So with that, oh wait, never mind. I'm literally looking at it the complete wrong way. Why did I think that Hasuni was Ash? Or not Ash, was Buck.
No comment. It's okay. Long into a series.
Guys,
And it's going to be Free
bit.
Eli picking up both maps today. First starting out on Chalet with a brief 7-4? 7-3?
7-5.
7-5.
Oh, the first game.
Oh,
are you
yeah,
talking about the first game?
I was talking about the first game.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're just
So,
gonna
no,
skip over
not
the
even. I think it was like
fact
7-3. Yeah. I think
that-
it was,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure it was
7-3.
7-3.
This
Yeah,
was
7-3, and then a 7-5 coming off of Oregon. Clearly showing that they were the better team today, even though they came into this series 0-2. And so that's a big step up for them. Bottle service, though, gotta answer some questions. I mean, you started this off
Amazing.
1-0? 1-1? 1-1, I think. I don't remember. But as they're kind of going to be going to the rest of the season, they've got to look at these games and figure out what's going on. Maybe it was just an off night. Maybe they just decided, I don't feel great today. But you're going to have to take a look at these series and make that decision and figure out what those issues are so you don't run into them the next time.
I mean, they didn't play horrible, at least not on Oregon. I'm not sure about Chalet. I think we gotta reevaluate the entirety of Chalet. I think we gotta
I mean,
forget
Oregon
everything
was
you've
close,
learned and
but-
just relearn whatever,
I mean-
everything new. Oregon wasn't horrible though. I have to
Oregon
say.
wasn't horrible, but it didn't seem like they were really there every round. I mean, it seemed like they really
mean-
didn't have like a drive to win in that game.
I mean, I guess so. Some rounds, you're kind of just gonna be put on the back foot, and you're just gonna have to carry it throughout the rest of the round. But that's how it goes. That's how it is. Unfortunately, at least it was a closer game. I will say
Yeah,
I was
it
hoping
was,
for the
it was.
OT, but I'm not gonna lie. That round where nobody
Yeah.
was on site in the basement, I was like, oh my god, this would be a great attacking win. But anyways.
Speaking of wins, like I said, both the Free Eli being able to pick up both of those games. And since it's the end of those two games, it's the end of us for tonight. We're going to have two more casters on here with two new teams soon, but we're going to jump to a quick break. I hope you enjoyed watching us. Once again, I was Tertis, joined by Bianca. Thank you for watching us, and we will be back with a new caster soon with more content after this break.
Bye, guys.
Since I hit your phone, I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, save relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through?
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling.
my fault. I didn't notice it was out of place. You painted fairy tales on the wall, calling to the better of the halves of me. Please show me just a little bit of honesty. I'd hope I got a heart that I can salvage, but it's getting harder now to recall. I know well, but let out both try. You could have anything you wanted it all for your fool's gold. And I know well why deaf and half blind. You could get anything you wanted. Yeah, I would have handed it all over, falling for you. Only the fall for you, for you, for you. Only the fall for Came in and you're looking like a sign of grace. I know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. But when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul. Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do,
Welcome everybody. My name is Mr. Garage. We're back here for more streams on the Blitz Gaming stuff. We got some more group stage games coming in. I'm joined here by Chaka. Chaka, how are you today?
All right, I'm excited to progress further on in BGS because while we do have some Element 2 teams in here, there are some exciting T3 and T4 teams. Like you said, we do have 2 more best of ones for the rest of the night. The first one that we are going to be doing together, me and Garage, is going to be In Control versus the 86 Pistons, a Group C matchup, second and third place.
Second and third place is right, and so far, at least in the group stage, In Control has only really gotten 1 game under their belts for the group stage. Meanwhile, 86 Pistons have gotten at least 3. They've only won 1. They lost the other 2 in overtime. One of those overtime losses was actually to In Control previously. So In Control already has a win over 86 Pistons. So going into this, they kind of look like the stronger team. However, it is worth saying that that win was an 8-7. It was in overtime. It came down to the wire. It was a really close game, so it was by no means a blowout. So this really still could go either way.
Talked about their previous matchups, what their records are, what their places are in the group stages, but we haven't quite figured out what the maps are for tonight between both of these 2 teams, and it's going to be pretty interesting. Actually, no, we're just going to pull up the rosters, and yep, you can see the players on either team. It's going to be for In Control, you have Jokes Recited, Big Guy Nilek, who's subbing in today for Safehold, who can't be here for personal reasons, and Zax on the side of In Control for 86 Pistons, Slay Glock, Reese Corrupt, and J Pistol. Basically the same players that they've been playing with all season.
Yeah, and I've casted these In Control guys before, and there's some really standout players. Joddles, I've known to have some really great plays. Same with Recited. 86 Pistons, they've been playing around. They've done really well in the groups or in the qualifiers to make it here to groups. I haven't casted them, so I'm really excited to see them pop off on whatever map we're going to be seeing here today. Yeah, really excited to see these guys. I don't really know their play style super well. I do also want to mention quickly that the one match that In Control already beat 86 Pistons on, it was on Border, and look where we're going.
Be border yet again between both of these teams, and In Control and 86 Pistons, specifically 86 Pistons because I've been able to view more of their games than In Control whenever I have had the time. Both teams seem like an aggressive team, so I think Border is the perfect fit for them. You have a very condensed map for the defense where you kind of have to be a little bit freaky in order to win rounds, and for the attack you just kind of like get close to the building and you have a really good chance that you are going to win a round. That's one of the charms of Border, is that it's just a very frag heavy map with not really a lot going for it, if I'm being completely honest.
And once again, In Control did win this already, but that was 8-7. It could have totally just come down to what side they started on, what side they went to over OT on. So kind of doesn't say a whole lot, and it's really going to come down to what we're going to see here in the map today. Starting things off in the bans, Monty getting picked up. Nothing super crazy. The shield buff has kind of made him really a menace, especially for something as tight quarters as Border. Monty can take a lot of control and just really aggressively overcome defenders and a lot of the power positions that Border kind of demands defenders hold.
Yeah, and also with Monty specifically, he's become more popular nowadays whenever he's been left unbanned on Border specifically, for those east sided takes to make that area feel a lot more smaller and help the pinch become slightly more effective on a player that's playing aggressively on the office triple wall, for example. Dokubi is next up. That's not too surprising. She's the 3rd most banned operator behind Monty and Ying so far in BGS Season 1. And the follow-up for that is going to be Azami plus the Mira. Mira is slightly more surprising. Yes, she's the 3rd most banned inside of BGS, but to see her actually banned on Border is kind of odd because there are plenty of Mira setups on Border, yes, but there's also plenty of ways to counter the Mira too.
Yeah, that's right. But Border is such a small map that those mirror windows can really look across the whole thing. You just open up a single wall, put a mirror on another wall, and all of a sudden, bam, you have almost a whole cross map angle across the top floor, which can be really hard to shut down if you're an attack trying to do a vertical clear of any sort. So understandable, at least why they'll take mirror off. But yeah, the rest of the bans, pretty standard stuff, nothing super surprising. Going first here, it's just going to be a standard armory hold. I'm really curious to see how In Control is going to try and match the aggression, because I know 86 Pistons are going to come out swinging. As you were saying earlier, this is a map that really tends toward aggressive gunfight oriented gameplay. So In Control has to match that aggression right away on defense.
Yeah, and a best way to start off is by having a way to close a lot of the window angles off, because remember, like with Border, there are so many angles just from the exterior outside of the map that can cut open the inside so much. So you kind of have to bring stuff for that. Azami is banned, so your next best bet is the castle to help shut down a lot of these long angles that can be used against you, especially when you're trying to rotate out of the map, and also to help you embolden your power position. So specifically the Archives one, as we start off with the spawn kill, well, it doesn't go in favor of the defense as they go for it, but it is the first kill for 86 Pistons.
Pretty immediate refrag. Resighted finds one, and that's the aggression I'm talking about. Even though In Control didn't get that opening pick, they were there trying to get it. They were like by a window or a door. They were spawn peeking or doing a run out. They got punished, but the refrag is good. But look at this. Look at Reese already pushing in, taking pretty quick map control. Gonna pop that camera. That might give away his position, and the swing is good from the balcony. That's that castle now on for two. Resighted doing a pretty good job holding things down. Meanwhile, we also saw Reese fall, or another attacker fall. So all of a sudden, it's a 4v2 favoring the defense, and we're not even a minute in.
I've also lost a lot of utility in the process. A lot of these power positions that still exist, you need a lot of info on, and you also need to be pressuring off of that info, and the Grim Bees are the perfect counter to a lot of these power positions. Now that he's gone, you're just pushing without any info like they have been since the beginning of this round, and you can see 86 Pistons, they're just face checking everything because they're not entirely sure of where these defenders are.
Using some drones, but there's a lot of defenders to watch out for, and those drones are going to get snapped right up. Now things are slowing down. We're going to see those cell canisters come off, so there's a bit more of a utility focus all of a sudden. Maybe a little too late, though, if you're 86 Pistons. Potential engagement right around the corner here. He's going to spot the edge and manages to find a head, but the refrag there is good from Zax, so that shuts down J Pistol, meaning it's all going to be up to Corrupt on the Ash to find 3 picks here. He has over a minute left, plenty of time, but the run out is good from Zax, who I believe that finds his 3rd kill on that round, and what is a pretty good statement round from him as he gets an immediate refrag off of that opening pick. He gets another great pick in the middle of the round and then finishes it up there. So nice 3K from him.
It's a pretty aggressive round as well from In Control to start the round off. You were wondering how would they deal with the aggression from 86 Pistons, and well, they just met it with their own aggression. An early spawn peek gets punished off in break room, immediate refrag after immediate refrag, and you saw 86 Pistons, they kept trying to pick up the fallen pieces and tried to super glue them back together, but the In Control roster had some solvent to that. And the biggest issue that I had with 86 Pistons in that round was there was really no info to help like some of these solo pushes. Like you saw the IQ downstairs for the longest time pushing through the checkpoint area and then into square, and then she had no idea that the castle was on top of the east balcony. So like they just need to do a better job of like getting info for like solo players or getting info for themselves inside of these early entries, because In Control completely capitalized off of that.
Well, we're going to see if 86 Pistons are going to switch it up, maybe switch up how they want to play, bring some stuff that could maybe get them more information. They were going to go on the Brava. I'm seeing Glockster maybe switching to Ram instead, though, but at least looking at operators that would potentially be more useful at giving them information or opening up angles, denying rotates with the gridlock. This sort of thing could be really helpful, just given the fact that the defense is going to be all over the place again. I don't expect In Control to settle down until they have really been put in their place and have been shut down a couple rounds in a row. They're going to keep running around the map, taking gunfights like crazy as long as they're allowed to do so.
Also, gonna be a heavy upstairs roam here from In Control, and this is what you commonly see for the bathroom site. And they have like some information denial while also having information and stuff. So you already see somebody trying to get aggressive on the office wall. Here comes Recited, but he gets smoked off rip. So just like last time, the 86 Pistons do find that very first pick, and he also gets some good control off of the back of that.
Reese pushes into top east pretty quickly and manages to find a second one onto Joddles. Meanwhile, Corrupt finds one onto Nylek. It is all going the way of 86 Pistons right now. In Control does find one back in the form of Big Guy, finding one onto Reese, but it's a 1v4. Most of the map has been forfeited except site, so Big Guy can hold on to site, can lock it down a bit, but vertical control everywhere else, just too many angles to watch. Corrupt finishes it off. I don't even know how long that match, that specific round took. I think like a minute and 10 seconds or something like that.
be fair, both rounds have been like really quick from both teams. It's been
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it. Like you just have some really early action, early aggression as well, being punished yet again by the 86 Pistons, and they also found a follow up as soon as In Control looked for a quick refrag. All in all, it was a pretty like it wasn't even like really like a clear almost. It was just like one player pushes into the area and they just find 2 kills, and that's like completely it, because Air Control find themselves getting aggressive by themselves, giving up those individual gunfights. And that time the 86 Pistons guns were actually hot enough to actually be able to hit their shots. And now you see In Control, they want to try and regain that round back, so they go back to the bathroom teller site yet again, and it looks like they will be trying the same idea, but they forfeited the mute for a Valkyrie.
See, I mean, that mute probably wasn't doing a whole lot, given 86 Pistons weren't droning too much. I would see it a little bit, but usually the drones would get popped by either a bulletproof camera using that EMP burst, or just a standard defender shooting it. So really, they don't need those mute jammers that much. And also, In Control's not, or I should say, 86 Pistons haven't really been going for hard breach that much. They've been bringing the ace to open some walls, but they've not been focusing the main site walls too strongly. So yeah, that mute being swapped out for something like a Valkyrie to give In Control a bit more info seems like a perfectly solid trade to me, at least given how the round's been played so far. But hey, 86 Pistons won that last one. They may continue to disrupt things here, and they might change the pace, because as a attacker, that's exactly what you have to do. You have to change the pace of the round in order to win it. It's up to you. You know, you're the one pushing into the map, so you have to make things work.
Already some early pressure by Easters again. It's going to be Reese by himself trying to get this area yet again, and it's going to be In Control to like stop him, but hopefully they have a way to play off of each other. And it looks like they have like a 3-man crossfire. One's on the east balcony, one's on the east stairs, and it's the player just walking up these stairs who kills him first. Again, this time around, it's not going to be the 86 Pistons to find that first kill. It's going to be In Control to find their very first of this whole game.
It's a great way to get an opening pick, and no immediate refrag is kind of new for this match, and especially the pace that we've been seeing. But that's just how it's going to be for right now. So the defense has a strong advantage, and we are going to see a bit more droning coming up from 86 Pistons. They are going to take this a bit more methodically, but still they have that pace. We're watching Glockster pushing up right now. That R4C in hand, ready to shred around the corner, and just slow on his reaction. Joddle's able to pretty easily swing that and take that pick, widening the man count. So In Control now in the lead by 2 bodies right now, which is going to give them a pretty significant advantage, but still plenty of time left. 86 Pistons can recoup and regather and get their ducks in a row, and they can just find a new way to attack site.
They still need to try and clear like some of the space around the area. Nobody's playing in Fountain because it seems like they breached that Fountain wall, and 2 kills ring out. It's a refrag for both teams, but at the end of the day, it's still In Control of this round. And even though they breached this Fountain position, it's really not enough to apply enough pressure on the second floor hold. And there goes Nilek to get the final kill of that round for In Control as they end it off. Really good like play in terms of how they were able to play off of each other. In previous rounds, they were way too solo, and they were taking individual gunfights that got punished by individual players from the 86 Pistons. That time around, they played well off of each other, specifically on that East Stairs entry, where you had a 3-man crossfire to stop Reese from just walking in by himself.
Looking at the roster right now, In Control is bringing... One of the disappointing things about being able to do operator repick is I always like to look at the roster and see what's going to be brought, but I know that almost certainly some of these unique picks may not make it to the actual game part of the match, as they might just swap them out. But seeing a Cali potentially indicating that they're going to be holding that window outside of the A bomb site, and maybe just going for a plant. But also I like seeing a bit more information coming out of their operator lineup, with a Twitch bringing extra drones, with Lion going to do some scans. These sort of things could be exactly what In Control need to really solidify a solid kind of attacking lineup and just prevent any sort of the same squirreliness that we just saw in the previous 3 rounds as 86 Pistons were trying to attack, and In Control were really all over the place. They were really hard to pin down as defenders. They made it very difficult for anything to be considered safe, or for any angle to be a safe swing for any of the members of 86 Pistons. And so I like that they're bringing information right away. Lots of intel utility for In Control.
Yeah, also have the Cali this time around. Because of the mirror band that In Control put out themselves. So Cali doesn't really pose that much of an issue in terms of like utility play. It's mainly because like Border is such a small map. The window angles are just that important in cutting off everything that happens on the second floor, that Cali just finds a lot of importance on this map. I think she's quite good on it. You can already see that they're setting themselves up to try and like cut the second floor in half. It may just be that they're prepping mainly for an archives take. That's usually what is indicated by the Cali pick. And you can already see them burning some utility already, getting ready to go. Yo canisters, that's already good work in this early round.
In control, certainly not the same sort of blistering pace that we saw 86 Pistons bringing right off the bat. But unfortunately, an engagement does go south for them as Nylek does fall. That's that Cali we were just talking about so much. I think peeking an angle and just getting her head taken clean off. So not a great way to start things for In Control, and it only gets worse as Jay Pistol finds another one onto Zax, taking away the Rotero drones that we would see Flores being brought. Luckily, I think most of those Rotero drones did get used, so it's not the biggest utility loss, but still, they are now down 2 people in terms of man count. It's going to be a tough fight for them to win back, but Big Guy making it happen as he finds one onto Glockster.
Another kill as well for In Control. Recited finds one down below, and that immediately puts In Control in a 3v3. Originally, it looked very tough, especially when you lose 2 players, but they only really lost to Cali and Flores, and Flores already used his utility to get rid of the Goyo canisters, not by break room, but more towards the site area. You still have the A sub to at least open up the archives well, and that seems like exactly what they did. They, for now, completed this whole clear over by offices. It's going to be when they try an entry from offices and archives dealing with this fountain position.
This is the slowest round we've seen thus far. We're kind of taking their time right now, using what time they have to peak angles and unfortunately lose. Reborn finds one under Recited. So it's going to be up to Big Guy and Joddles here. They have to find the 3 remaining defenders. They have 40 seconds to do so, and they still have to get to site. They are right adjacent to site, but a lot of these angles are going to be held pretty strongly by the remaining defenders. Joddles does manage to find one of those remaining defenders and shuts them down. They know one's trapped in fountain. The engagement almost going the way of the defense, but Big Guy does manage to win it out with that little bit of pre-fire. It's going to be up to Corrupt to get this clutch in this 1v2 now. All of a sudden, In Control and managed to flip the script, and they are looking to plant in archives. Trying to get that diffuser down. The coverage is good for the cross. There he goes. He's putting down the suppressing fire, making sure Corrupt can't get over to disrupt that plant. Plant is down, both guns are up. It's going to be a tough win for the Doc, but he does manage to restim himself to at least take this engagement at full health.
User is down, cut off by 90. Doc looking directly at where the player is who planted a bomb by the bomb chassis, but he's in a fight right now with the Ace, and if they swing right off of each other, they don't necessarily swing, but it's still Big Guy to get the end of round kill for In Control, and puts them in a good spot for now here on Border, as it's all tied up, I believe. So, I mean, and that was also like a very good, oh, it's not all tied up, it's a 3-1 lead, my bad, I can't count. But like, that was actually like a really good round as well from In Control, in a way that they were able to like isolate their gunfights and like put themselves back inside of the round. They realized what their win condition was as well towards the end when they looked to go for that archives plant, dealing with the fountain player, and they dealt with them quite well. The player over by lockers wasn't really in a good position to help support his teammate, especially with the 90 player locking him down. And so really that depends on the fountain player being able to win his gunfight against Buck. He couldn't do that. Fountain is forfeited, and then you get an easy play in archives with the cutoff still in 90 hall. It's a very good push towards the end from In Control, who just recognized their win conditions.
Yeah, I really like that style of play, especially since what we saw 86 Pistons bring to the table when they were attacking was just this really quick aggression, and it did net them one round, but In Control took it a lot more methodically. They used not only their utility more, but their time as well in order to clear angles, in order to clear different rooms, so that way they could set up a really strong and hard to counter crossfire and really strong and hard to counter post plant scenario, and they did just that. It worked out really well. Of course, they did have to fight back from a 3v5 in order to make it work, so there were some really solid individual plays from those remaining 3 players that managed to pull off that clutch. You can't count on that every single time, so I hope that we'll be able to see In Control's really methodical style of play net them some more comfortable wins where they're not having to rely on any clutches moving forward.
It could. That could be an idea, certainly. I mean, like, the thing is that 86 Pistons just, you know, kind of gave themselves up towards the end. That's just how it is in Siege, and also with the way that Border is played out. Sometimes you kind of have to get aggressive. You can't just let people walk in, or else that could just be a 1v1 gunfight before you even know it. So that's exactly what it seems like 86 Pistons were trying to do. They go back to the locker site. It seems like, you know, by accident, somebody is playing down below because they did get injured just from outside the archives balcony. But already you see some early pressure initiated by the In Control, and they do find the very first pick off of that.
Recited opens things up, and it's quickly followed. Zach finding that person down below that was in the server room is a great way to make things go. Now, all of a sudden, that advantage that we saw 86 Pistons wielding last time is now in the favor of In Control, but a great flank as Glockster drops down. He trades Zach's out, so man advantage down to one person. In Control still looking to really take site, as they haven't managed to take that much map control. They just lost some with that flank. They're still just kind of poking at the peripheries of site right now, just trying to figure out exactly where they want to push, trying to find some information. They're gonna lose another one. Corrupt finds, so we're evened up at 3v3, but Joddles with a great long shot shuts down Jay's pistol in that trade. So now it's a 3v2. 2v2. Corrupt finds another one. A great set of plays from him in the last couple of rounds. He's been doing some real high numbers, at least in the kill count department. Things are tied up going into this last minute.
It's gonna make it easier as well dealing with that fountain player, rather the offices player, but having no fountain player means that you can now open up this archives wall for free, put a lot of pressure onto the site, but now you have to kind of just try and walk in through these long angles. And specifically, Glockster is going to make this quite difficult, and it already seems like they're having some sort of issues opening up the archives wall because it's mute jammed, so this is going to mean that they have to walk in through the doorway.
Trying to poke around, see if the A bomb site is clear those mute jammers off and get those Salmo charges open. That's going to get them a lot more angles, at least onto site, and a better avenue in. But now they are taking some battles with Corrupt, who is still tucked in the back of archives there. He hasn't left yet. They're going to try and flash him out, but they're not really executing off of those flashes. They are going to get in to start the plant down, but they are going to be collapsed upon. Big guy, though, is good for the coverage. He finds both of the remaining defenders, and once again, it was a tough round from both teams, but when it comes down to it, In Control are just really good at figuring out what is the best path to success, and they isolate how they want to get to objective. They cut off rotates, they cut off angles, they establish their own crossfires, and it works out really, really well for them.
And that's exactly what happened towards the end for In Control. Like, again, Fountain is like the key position there. Like, once they clear that office player, Fountain is completely free. You can just open up archives. They even use the Fountain position to clear the mute jammer off of the wall so that they can just walk in. And there wasn't really much action from 86 Pistons there to like really stop that entry. And once that player is on the bomb chassis, it's going to be pretty hard to try and kill them because that's an extremely tight angle and an extremely hard shot to hit, and that's exactly what the Fenrir was trying to do. The moment he tried to like get slightly closer to have a better angle, he was shut down by a big guy who just isolated his gunfights towards the end, made it very easy for In Control to be able to get their fourth on the board. And now 86 Pistons don't even want to go back to the second floor. They're very dissuaded by it because they've lost it 2 times in a row. The same situation in Archives plant with the great execution in the end by In Control, and you have to hope that maybe this will, like, this different site choice will help them in the end.
You know, we're only approaching halftime now as we're on round 6. So there's still lots of Siege left to be played, but In Control, obviously they're winning, but they also look a lot better than 86 Pistons. They just have more strategy. They seem to focus objective when 86 Pistons really just seemed focused on fragging out and collecting kills. And so if this stays, if this trend continues, In Control could easily take this map. I was a little concerned that we were going back to Border given that In Control already won it, but I thought 86 Pistons maybe would have prepared or would have learned something, but it looks like In Control have just gotten better at this map.
It'll be like a customs push as well, and they're going to be able to isolate one player. Nylek finds the very first kill onto Reborn, who's been droned out pretty early. That's just a very easy kill because Reborn's not even looking at him. And next up is going to be Glockster playing into the small office position, and he's just being pinched out here. He does well to find 1 kill, and he does well to maybe find a second, but it's an immediate refrag from Nylek, who just keeps shooting the bodies to ensure that they're dead. A little bit of BM. And in control, though they do lose 2 players, they do get customs control, and that could be a good way to pinch out the site players. But the issue is that there's still second floor pressure up top here for the 86 Pistons.
They still have to also clear out the player that is towards this workshop area as well. In Control has lots of time, so they can use their utility and their drones and their intel stuff to gather some of this information and figure out where the remaining defenders are, but they have to actually do that. We've seen a lot of teams just kind of push in when it gets to a 3v3. They don't even bother droning that much. They just kind of go in and try and overwhelm the defenders, and that could really favor 86 Pistons here, as they have some pretty strong lurkers right now that could play spoiler to In Control's attempt to go 5-1, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Reese finds one onto Nilek, and they have really no idea where that's coming from. Reese is going to be able to retreat and just keep playing up above, giving them that phantom pressure. So In Control's going to have to be watching the balcony. They have to be watching the hatches. They have no idea where this upstairs player really is going to be, but Big Guy does even things out with J Pistol. So it is still a 2v2 as we head into the last minute.
Let's just go out to square. Customs has been completely cleared, so he just jumps in through the teller window. Plant is going to be completed, and the cover is fantastic from Zax, but not well enough because Reese goes through the bathroom rotate. He finds one, puts himself in a 1v1 with Zax playing bottom square, and now you're in a very tough position. If you're In Control, you have to get the defuse down, or you have to make a decision if you want to take this 1v1 with the Doc all the way to bathroom.
Candela's could be huge here, and it is going to work out. It looked like it was going to be a hairy gunfight for a second, as Reese did almost get that 180 turnaround. Looks like he maybe would get some shots off, but well played. That's why you save some of those Candelas for the end of the map, or for the end of the round, I should say, just specifically so if you come into a situation like that, you can throw them down, you can make sure you know exactly where that person is and just isolate that 1v1 with them completely blind. Really well played by In Controls. They managed to take 3 attacking rounds that at both, I think all 3 had moments where it looked like 86 Pistons could take, or 86 Pistons were either tied or in advantage, and then In Control just played it really well and managed to steal the round.
Yeah, I certainly thought that 86 Pistons had a chance in that round, especially when Glockster got 2 and customs. I was very surprised that he was able to get 2 because it looked like for In Control that they were pinching 3-man style from like the checkpoint area or the check-in area, and then there was like another one pushing in from the tension door, another one pushing in from bottom metal. Like, you have a lot of different pressure points, but they just kind of like took too many 1v1s in that gunfight, and they almost gave an opportunity for 86 Pistons to put themselves back inside of that round. But yeah, the Yin Candelas were a really big importance. The last 2 that was in back pocket for In Control gave a really big importance in that round, because it made that 1v1 like so much easier to clutch out, because it's just against the Doc, it's not against the Warden. You don't have a Wamai on the board neither, so like none of that utility is being burned on site. Overall, the thing is that's been very consistent for In Control is that once it gets into the execution, once it gets into the final rounds, they have been consistently better than 86 Pistons.
For sure, and if 86 Pistons want a chance to stay in it, they can't play this how they were playing it before. They can't play this how they played it last time they faced up against In Control here on Border. They have to change their strategy here and now, because if they lose the next one, In Control are up on match point. It's 6-1 in terms of scoreline. That means you have to win 5 consecutive rounds as 86 Pistons to at least push it to overtime. And that is a tall task. Not impossible, but really hard to do, especially when you're constantly staring down the barrel of that match point that In Control will be sitting on. So they got to change things up. We got to see a new strategy, a new composition, a new pace coming out for them, and I'm curious to see what they're going to bring.
Looks like somebody's already in. Nope, that's not the case. They also don't know that somebody's on the east balcony. Lack of information yet again for 86 Pistons. That gets punished by In Control. That's recited to find a very first kill. It seems like they're also trying to take a gunfight with the break room player. Recited is here to try and protect his teammates, to ensure that they can try to get a refrag or even get his teammates up. But for now, it's just going to leave him. And that means that they will have an easy opportunity to just down this player. But nope, he's picked back up, 50 HP. That's the Doc pistol working out. Jay does find a refrag for 86 Pistons, but it's still a 4v3 with another kill happening for In Control as he just retreat back from security room, give that control away, because they've already confirmed a 4v3, a man advantage for the In Control defense.
86 Pistons aren't entirely out of this. They still have a decent amount of utility, a bunch of Rotero drones for not only soft destruction, but information. But the feet of J Pistol are going to be spotted out by Big Guy, and that is not who you wanted to lose. I was just going to talk about how they still had Hard Breach on the table, but now that ace is gone. I think one of the Selma charges did manage to get used, but that is a huge loss there. And once again, you're looking at the scoreboard. Reese has taken damage. Luckily Reborn hasn't, but that's 2 attackers going up against 3 full health defenders as I speak, because we just see Zax get fried there. So that's a good pick for 86 Pistons, but it still doesn't put them in a tie game. In control, still in control.
Already see they're still trying to like work a lot of this utility from In Control, the castle barricade specifically, but again, they don't really have much info. Somebody's sitting below this office window and he just doesn't even know it. The fuser is surrendered. Now it's a 3v1. Reborn on top east, looking every which way and what, but he can't find a single kill. In Control put themselves up on match points 6-1.
It's going to be tough to imagine a scenario here where 86 Pistons are able to pull out a win, not just in this specific map, but in this round alone. Do you think that they have what it takes to turn things around with how strong and how good In Control have looked?
Raj, you okay?
Yeah,
I didn't know if you were done.
no, I was asking you a question.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Repeat it.
it's okay. My question was, do you think do you think that 86 Pistons have a chance of even taking this round back, given how things have gone? Because In Control just looked far too strong, and it doesn't look like there's any way that 86 Pistons are going to be able to flip the script.
I don't know. I don't really think so, because like so far they just haven't really looked too organized. Whereas In Control earlier on, they looked pretty disorganized with the way they were like giving up 1v1 situations and stuff like that, and it kind of made it easier on 86 Pistons, especially in the only round that 86 Pistons were able to win. But so far as the game has gone on, they've played more as a team than 86 Pistons have done all game, and they haven't given 86 Pistons really any opportunity for like any 1v1s throughout ever since they've improved from that like first round defeat that they suffered at the hands of 86 Pistons. So I don't really think so, unless they can like fix the way that they play together, which is a very hard thing to do. I don't really think this game is going to change, and so far it's not. I mean, why? You don't really drone that out. Recited is going to get the very first pick. In Control find a man advantage earlier on.
It's exactly how the last round started too. I believe it was Recited as well that got that opening spawn peak and was able to gain man advantage pretty early on. It's the buck that's taken out, so not the most important piece of utility, but still, you know, you don't want to lose a body this early on. And oh my gosh, I don't even know what's happening. Recited finds another one, Big Guy with another one. It is going to be 2 players left to win this in what has not been a close game, despite what Nilek may be saying in chat. At this point, the only way 86 Pistons win this is if In Control just start throwing and having too much fun here, and that's exactly what could happen. We see that happen with a couple of the players, but they have so many bodies and such a high advantage that they can just throw it at this issue, and In Control are able to finalize that last kill there. They're able to shut things down, and it was an 8-7 last time they fought 86 Pistons here on Border. It is nothing close to that. It is 7-1, and In Control absolutely dominate.
To get as dominating as a 7-1 victory, and the only thing I can think that's even more is a 7-0, but I mean, this is as close as it's going to get. In Control completely dominate 86 Pistons on this map. They played this map previously against this same team where it was slow, even more closer, but somehow In Control are able to improve and make it like just even worse for the 86 Pistons. I mean, throughout the whole entire game, it looked like In Control were just the slightly better, not even slightly better, just the better team overall, especially when it came down to the mid to late round. They had everything figured out. They recognized their win conditions, and they played into them quite perfectly. They figured out what they needed to do specifically in order to win some of those closer rounds. And 86 Pistons were just like lost in the later rounds, if I can even really say that.
Yeah, it was a real tactical dismembering here where one team looked very studied and looked very collected and cohesive as a unit, and the other team kind of looked like they were just playing a ranked game. So if I'm not being too mean in saying that, it's what it really did end up looking like, and I think the scoreline certainly reflects that. It was a quick game, but we do have more Siege coming up after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We have, after this, it'll be Hush and Atomic Apes coming up with another best of one, so don't go anywhere.
Since I hit your phone, I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through?
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. You said I'd fly anywhere, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. Came in and you're looking like a sign of grace. I know, but I can never match your name to face. My fault, I didn't notice it was out of place. You painted fairy tales on the wall, calling to the better of the halves of me. Please show me just a little bit of honesty. I'd hope I got a heart that I can salvage, but it's getting harder now to recall. I know well what let out both dry. You could have anything you wanted it all for your fool's gold. And I know well why deaf and half blind. You could get anything you wanted, yeah, I would have handed it all over, falling for you. Came in and you're looking like a sign of grace. I know, but I can never match your name to face. My fault, but when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul. Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling.
dreaming. Dreaming in colors I never dreaming. Oh yeah. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed. Skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed. Skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
scared to tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. The ash keep burning down. No, you won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting.
Look me with your pretty eyes and run with me, yeah, yeah. 'Cause you and I are the secret. The light drift against your skin.
All right, and we are back here. We've got one more best of one to finish up for tonight. We talked about it earlier, but it's going to be Hush versus Atomic Apes. This is coming out of Group B. This is once again the second and third ranking teams out of that group. So we're hoping to see another fairly close or exciting or whatever match. You know, I always just like it when something's fun, something cool happens.
Yeah, and speaking of both teams, Atomic Apes and Hush, I almost said that it was Kunai and Hush, but the reason why is because Hush actually played a game just yesterday against Kunai, and they lost that game miserably, much like how the previous game went. That game against Kunai for Hush was a 7-1 loss in Clubhouse, and so now they're trying to pick up the pieces coming into this game against Atomic Apes, and for Hush, their roster is the same as it was yesterday. Nyx, Bless, Crit, Demi, and Unstoppable.
And just looking also at Atomic Apes, you have Dookie, Hudge, Schmink, Zakilla, and Schlimeball. And I also want to talk quickly about these teams, their win records. Hush are 3-4. Technically, it's more like 2-3 when you consider the games they've actually played. They did get an automatic win, as a team that they would face off against has already forfeited, so that counts as a win. But they've won 2 in overtime. They've lost 1 on club, as you were talking about. Meanwhile, Atomic Apes are 3-3 with 1 win. That's also a forfeit win, but 2 overtime wins. So it's 2 teams that have kind of been brawling and scrapping and managed to pick up some overtime wins against some pretty, you know, if you're going to overtime, it's pretty competitive and comparable opponents. So hopefully that this just means that this whole group is a very competitive group where a lot of the teams are really close together in terms of skill and quality and whatnot.
Yeah, and it's going to be even more competitive since Want2 Goons have completely dropped off of BGS and dropped off the face of the earth. They announced their departure after losing one of their games just like last week. But, you know, we're not here to talk about Want2 Goons. It's Hush versus Atomic Apes, and let's take a look at the maps because we need to figure out where these players are going to be playing, what's their battleground, so that way we can have a result at the end of the day and have some progress being made towards the groups. And as the bands commence, it's ended by Clubhouse. Border is going to be our decider yet again, just like how it was in the last game.
Yeah, and just a quick glance at what these teams have played in this group stage. They haven't touched Border yet, so they may have played it in the qualifiers. I didn't go that far back and check, but at least for the group stage, this is sort of virgin territory for both of them, and we're going to be seeing how these teams stack up. I wonder if curious to see how it's going to compare, at least to the previous match that we just watched with 86 Pistons in Control, where In Control largely had control for most of it because they were not only aggressive but also smart and tactical, whereas 86 Pistons just kind of seemed to push and play aggro without having a whole lot of utility. I kind of wonder, are we going to see a similar story coming out of this, or are we going to see them kind of both playing at the same level, and maybe we go and it's not a blowout, not 7-1, maybe we actually go to overtime or something like that, but we have yet to see. Going into the bands now.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about the 86 Piston game that just happened previous between the 86 Pistons and I'm gonna find them In Control, and how that game came down to just In Control having better structure and better team play and also better decision making in the game between Hush and Kunai. That's what that also came down to, and that's why it was as decisive as it was on the scoreline, because Kunai just completely outplayed Hush in like every aspect that you can think of. The calling was better, the lineups, like the operator lineups, I commented on that game because I was casting it, was like much better than Hush, and also the decision making as well. So you have to hope that going into Border, a map that doesn't really require all that much thought power, really just requires you to be much better on your guns most of the time, you have to hope that that's going to be slightly easier for Hush to kind of like play around. And you know, as the bands commence, we do have a Monty here, and it makes a lot of sense. He is the most banned operator in BGS.
It's also a pretty similar band lineup to what we saw on Border last time. The only difference being, instead of a Valkyrie being banned, it was Mira in the last game. So other than that, the Dokkaebi, Azami, Monty were all taken off the board. Very standard picks here, and even the Valkyrie is a pretty standard pick for not just this map, but any map. People just don't like having to deal with Valkyrie because then it often forces you sometimes to, you know, look around for cams, spend a lot of time with someone like an IQ or like Twitch, just trying to spot out these cameras, and it just takes time. It's a bit of an annoyance. So nothing super crazy going on there with the bans. One thing I do want to quickly note, Hush are bringing out the Clash right away. We saw In Control bring out the Clash in the very last round of defense, and it was the last round of the whole map in the most recent game, but they're going for the Clash right away here, so it might be a pretty integral part of their strat coming out from Hush.
Yeah, and it might mean that they play the Clash towards East Stairs to slow down the process of that push. You can play the Clash almost anywhere around the map and it be like a very good decision around security, but you have to be wary of the vert angles, just how you would have to be aware of vertical being played against you if you were playing East Stairs, and also just the 3 different angles that you have playing against you. I think with the lack of a castle though, they might not even play the Clash there, just because you really need the castle to help lock down a lot of both of the doorways that exist on top East, but realistically, you could also just play the Clash outside, which is what Nyx is doing right now.
I'm getting excited. I'm seeing the lineup from Atomic Apes, and I'm already liking it more than what we were seeing in the previous matchup. This one has a lot of utility here. It's a lot of information utility. We've got a Brava and a Lion, which gives you a lot of info. There's roam cutoffs with that Nomad. We have more info coming out with Grim, and then of course you kind of just have a jack of all trades, someone like a Zofia who can open things up, who can execute and stun. So already this looks like it might be a bit more of a battle of utility and not just running and gunning. And it's already coming true, because in the first round of last map, we saw just people dying in the first 30 seconds. Now it's gone 45 seconds and no real engagement has been had yet. So already taking it a little slower, but this Clash is just kind of being a pest. Nyx is just walking around the balcony. He can't really be killed right now, but if he overextends, it wouldn't be too difficult for the attackers to get some sort of angle onto the backside of that shield, and a grenade is the first pick. It's on to crit. Did not expect that to be what comes up in the kill feed first. I thought it would be Clash, but Bless is also down but not out yet. Some engagements happening across the map. That's going to force the Clash back to site, and ultimately it's a really smart play. Rather than engaging the Clash and kind of playing that game, go to site and force the Clash to go inside.
Yeah, because you're kind of playing a losing battle trying to engage with the security player. That security player is down. They've just completely exploited a weak point here for Hush, pushing into office, because clearly Hush have dedicated so much towards like a security based clear, but it wasn't even that. Wamai was isolated really early with the nade, and then from there was no fountain pressure. Atomic Apes move right on in, and you see Hush try to pick up the pieces, but as they try to rotate back into sight, they get cut off, as Atomic Apes set themselves up really well in that round.
A goofy finale to that round there. The side weapons being drawn out, almost some team kills there, the Clash potentially mounting a clutch, lots of funny things happening. But I do think ultimately what won it out was Atomic Apes just realizing that there was this opportunity with a lot of the defenders off, maybe holding in rooms that were not sight or maybe outside like the Clash was. Atomic Apes just realized, hey, if we just punch straight into sight, there's not going to be that much resistance. We can force them to do a pretty hasty retake, and we can punish them for not being in good positions. And they did exactly that. And even though it was messy in the end, they had gotten enough goodwill with their direct sight attack that it could be messy, and they still walk away with the victory. So a solid first win for them. And Hush are already going to change it up. They're not going to be bringing that Clash, so maybe not as integral part of the defense as I was maybe initially talking about. But still curious to see exactly how Hush will respond to that, because Atomic Apes looked pretty good. Hush are going to have to sort of change it up now.
Yeah, and instead of the Clash, they bring the Frost this time, and I think that makes a lot more sense than bringing the Clash time around. It's probably not going to be a very security heavy focus this time from Atomic Apes like it was last time, but I eat my words, and I already see the Buck here plus the Deimos. That indicates that they will be going for a more first floor heavy setup surrounding the security area, specifically looking at where Unstoppable is and trying to dislodge his position in security room, because if he continues to play this position, he can really help deny the entry towards break room and overall shut down a security push all by himself.
He is being droned out, but that's part of why he wants to be there, is he wants the drones to know he's there. That just adds this level of phantom pressure, and it forces the attackers to be wary of any of those runouts that he could potentially do. From the window here where we see the Glaz watching, to the run out of the door itself, to any of the other balconies that Doc could get to from there. It's all pretty difficult to track out. Not Doc, sorry. I think that was the Wamai that was up there. But they do manage to find some opening picks, the defenders, as they take out both Dookie and Schminkle. So that's a pretty good lead for the defense as they look to tie things up here 1v1 right now, or 1-1 in terms of scoreline. Right now we're seeing the Deimos clearing out this bottom floor and starting to aggress up metal stairs. They have most of the control they need, but they now really need to start pushing to site because that's where all of the defenders have now turtled up. And they have a mirror window, they have goo mines, they have the banshees from Malusi, they have sort of throwable denial with those my gadgets, and of course there are frostmen. So there's a lot of util that they're going to have to clear out in order to actually start a successful attack, and it only gets worse as Nyx finds one through the wall.
It's Nyx's third kill of this round as well, so Atomic Apes certainly having some issues making an entry work by lockers, the vertical pressure not really working out too well neither, and also they just lose the glass really early, making going for their initial plan just so much more difficult. Because when you think of glass and when you look at second floor, glass is really one of the better operators for that second floor site, but like again, Nyx was able to peek them. There were no smokes that were used from Atomic Apes until the later stages of that round. Hush just completely like dominated them on the entry engagements, and it was mainly Nyx who was like at the head of that.
Yeah, it's tied up now 1-1. So clearly Hush did change something there in terms of how they wanted to play it. And it was a bit, they were aggressive, but not the sort of over aggression that exposed site super easily, like we saw in that first round with that clash, just kind of opening things up and walking outside. And Atomic Apes just weren't able to really go toe-to-toe with that level of aggression, as they have been, at least the one round we've seen successful from them was very methodical and thoughtful, and they just kind of saw an opening and took it. Hasn't been really super gunfight oriented. So just getting into the swing of things, and we might see both teams kind of start to match each other's tempo, and it might become a pretty aggressive match. That's what I'm predicting right now.
5 seconds to insertion.
I mean, with the Clash not being consistently picked anymore, they realize that plan just isn't going to work from Atomic Apes, because wherever the Clash isn't is where Atomic Apes find, is where on the other side of the map that Atomic Apes find like a gap to exploit. So this time around, Hush are just playing more into their guns. It makes a lot of sense because that's what Border depends on. And so you're not going to see a Clash this round yet. Again, it's going to be Nyx playing the Pulse, which plays into more of your information side for the defense here for Hush, who know that there are two people just outside of the customs wall, so they can kind of work out that they will be trying to go at least for top 4, if not for customs early on.
They're also looking to potentially be cage tricking that double wall there in the holding cell area. So kind of an interesting way to hold that much onto that part of the map, but they also are reinforcing it with that, as you were talking about the Pulse, they're just kind of giving shout outs and information as to where people are coming from. Right now, it is a top floor take, at least in part. Those boogie drones going up above to chew through some of that flooring to potentially provide some vertical angles that can be used to clear out these defender holds and then eventually start aggressing towards site itself. But really, Atomic Apes just kind of taking it slow, not exposing themselves too much, staying outside for the most part, using their gadgets and intel. And this is a pace of Border that we haven't really seen too much. That's a bit more like it. Demigod finds one onto Zakilla. That's a great opening pick, as he's just able to spot the toes through those feet holes made from the TCSG. But the aggression doesn't stop there, as we just see a great run, and Dookie and Slimeball are able to find a couple, but Demigod stands strong and answers back, shutting down Slimeball. So now it's back to a 3v3. Things are going to pause for just a second as we're getting down to the last minute of the round here, and the execute on the site is about to happen.
I mean, you also have to be wary of Demi's position, and you know what? Atomic Apes are set up perfectly well to like pinch him out really well and then maybe pinch out the bathroom player, but this flank from Bless could certainly put a wrench in things, and it seems like Demi is going to join him too. There goes Bless to find the kill. He puts Hush in the 3v2, and that depletes the pressure from Customs. HUD does find a refrag and eventually makes it a 2v2 for the Atomic Apes to keep themselves alive in this round. And with the lack of info, you may have trouble winning it out, though Demi at the after Schmidt finds his trade to put Atomic Apes up, It's not 1v1 between HUD and Demi, and he doesn't really have a lot of info on where Demi is. He does have a general idea. Demi's right by Customs, and he runs right in front of him, but HUD isn't able to punish it. Diffuser is retrieved from Customs. Demi's able to rotate towards site, and it's just the battle of the ACOGs for now.
Demi getting real lucky. That is the second opportunity he almost gifted here to HUD. The slashes are going to go out, and Demi does ultimately get the right swing, but a couple of errant plays there almost made it go the way of the attackers, as there were two great opportunities that I think HUD could have had to find that Kaid, shut the Kaid down, and just win the round out. Either way, though, a really impressive level of trading from both teams, as they were just really on top of each other, and every single time a kill went up on the kill feed, it was immediately followed by something the opposite going back, and it was just impressive to see. But ultimately, Hush do manage to win it out. They just looked, I think, a little bit stronger in terms of how they were holding on to the map, and they managed to waste a lot of time, and it was really coming down to that last 15 seconds that forced HUD to push, when throw those flashes and not take that 1v1 as he probably would have wanted to. And so I think the positions that were held by the defenders and how long they held on to them for and how that wasted time was a really solid play, and ultimately won them that round.
I also think the team play from Hush towards the end really worked well. I like the double flank coming in towards the middle stairs area, where at least if the visual dies first, which was Bless, he was going to get traded out by Demi at the very least. That was going to be ensured. And I like the way they just played off of each other. They recognized their win condition. Demi was by himself over by the desk area, and he recognized there was a player in workshop and another in customs, and that he could be easily pitched out. So he kind of just slipped under the radar for now. But I think towards the end of it, Atomic Apes rather, really just had a really big issue with like a lack of info to figuring out where the last three players are, because their drone count was so low. Now they're playing on the defense, and it's their time to deny the intel game here.
Zakilla here with a prone spawn peek over this little balcony ledge, potentially looking to see if he can't find one. That Nomad's head is going to be exposed, but Nomad just runs far enough away that the head never gets exposed. Nothing comes of that, but just a couple inches away from an engagement and potentially that Nomad losing her head there. Nothing happens, so opening couple 30 seconds here goes perfectly fine for the attackers, as they're just getting things opened up. They're starting to spread out up, using those air jabs to block off the runouts, because this balcony can be really dangerous to hang out on. If you're an attacker and you're focusing on a wall or on a specific doorway, you can quite easily get jumped out on or sprinted out on by a defender who just decides that they're too tired of sitting in CCTV or something and they want to make some action happen. So those air jabs, I think, are always a really good bring here on club, or here on border, especially since you can also cut off the pretty limited staircases. This is only the two main ones you have to look out for, so pretty easy to cut off a lot of rotates and a lot of stuff on this map with one Nomad.
It's placed outside of the security window. He may be looking for an aggressive play, but again, they don't really have a lot of info in this. No Grim to help back this position up or enable the aggression here, and Zach is still by break room, so there's an initial idea to just hold this position, and guess what? He gets frost trapped. Who would have thought? Slime is gonna get that kill. Unstoppable is down. Nyx dies second, and although there is a refrag from Crit, it's still Hush to be down in man count by 3 people, and Crit does find refrag, and it's a double kill for him on a round, yes, but Atomic Apes still have a bunch of map control towards site specifically, and they find another kill on top of that to put Bless in a 1v3.
Looking like it's going to get tied up here at 2-2, as Atomic Apes are poised to win this with a comfortable hold on site and 3 defenders remaining. It's a tough clutch that's going to have to be mounted here by Bless, who does have an okay amount of time with 45 seconds left, but to find 3 people, you really have to start pushing. The 417 is a great DMR, but you're probably going to need a bit more than just a great gun. You're going to need some luck and some really stupid plays from these defenders. Speaking of Dookie here, if Dookie swings, and Dookie does not need to swing, you can keep waiting, you can keep wasting time, but a swing here could gift a kill to the defense. It doesn't. Schwinkola's got the angle here, propped up with Frost, able to do a nice clean shutout and guarantee that win there. But a really solid play from the defense, who just looked very stalwart, and they weren't able to be pushed around at all.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be completely honest, I didn't really like that from Hush in the way that they organized that, because again, you don't really have a lot of info towards like security. Break room is being held as well, so Legion has a lot of protection in the box area and security. And really, they just kind of like ran themselves dry when it came to like trying to push into security with the lack of info. I really thought they were prepping themselves up for an archives push instead, especially with the blitz, because there's just, I don't know, there's just so many things happening over by security room. You have so many crossfire. Blitz is very much more vulnerable than a multi when pushing in by security, just because of the protection from the lockers player. Even though they did smoke that angle off, it seemed, but still, it just, I didn't really like that push overall from HUD because they didn't really have the right tools to do that, and they suffer a round loss because of it. And it's now Atomic Apes. They get that round win, and so now they have to choose another site, and it's going to be back in Tellers. Equally as strong as the second four, at least for the defense.
Kind of surprised that we haven't seen as much Ying be played, but Bless is hopping onto the Ying. Ying hasn't been banned, so I kind of figured we'd see a bit more, but we saw it once or twice in the previous map, and this is, I believe, the first time we're seeing Ying here. I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure. Just a little surprising because the map is so small, and I find that on this map especially, Ying is so strong because one Candela can shut out huge sections of the map just given how small and compact it is. You can just flash straight into sight, and it's an incredibly effective thing, and that might be what Bless is kind of doing, poised outside sight window, just waiting for his teammates to kind of find the openings they need and potentially wait for a moment to do this really precise, aggressive execute just straight into sight. But they do have to watch out for Slime here, as Warden can play spoiler to Ying and her Candelas, so it won't be a super easy gunfight, even if all those Candelas do go off.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, it really just depends on where the Warden is being played, because Bless could just, like, go upstairs, and, well, Slime won't be up there to deny the entry engagements, but it seems like they are going to be pushing towards site, and that means that players around the map will try and, like, look to gain space, because it's probably going to bring some attention from Atomic Apes, but they're not really looking towards the site. No attention is being, like, grabbed by these Ying Candelas, and they have not taken a bait. It's HUD to find the very first kill on crit, but the plant has gone down. Or it's going down.
It's successfully placed, so that's all the defender guns up, and they do manage to trade one out. Nix finds one onto Duke, so that does even things out. A C4 isn't going to be able to find much out the window, but look, the defense is doing pretty good. Unfortunately, they're going to have to fight this Glaz. They do manage to take Glaz down to 3 health, so Glaz can't super comfortably play, even repelled on that window where it's normally pretty hard to get. 3 HP, any gun at any range, even the most pea shooter pistols will take Glaz out. So Glaz just right now has to scare them a little bit, just prevent the plant or prevent the defuse for another 7-ish seconds. Defuse is being hit. The attackers have to do something. They're good on the Glaz. Is the coverage going to be good? I don't even think the remaining attacker is close enough to stop it. A little bit of a goofy play. They sacrifice a lot of positioning in order to get the plant down, and it just kind of leaves them kind of back-footed, and they're not really able to cover the plant like they would have wanted to. They also just kind of planted in a weird spot, in my opinion, for that sort of coverage.
I mean, I thought so too, but I can understand why they didn't plant, like, in front of the soda machine. Yeah. In the soda machine, because the Warden was there. Like, if you put smokes there, or if you put Ying Candelas there, the Warden could just turn his glass on and then kill the planter. I was surprised that they planted in that spot specifically, though, and not behind the desk that's next to the reinforced wall. So that tells me that Hush, again, just didn't really have the right tools for that. No hard breach charge to ensure that they can open the wall behind the teller's desk in square that's usually reinforced, and it was reinforced in that round from Atomic Apes. And so you see them in, like, really awkward positionings trying to, like, cover that plant. I mean, even if that plant was, like, right there anyways, where I'm talking about behind the teller's desk, those post-plant positions are just very awkward, and you kind of need to stop them from crossing. And if you don't, well, Atomic Apes are on a diffuser before you know it, and they kind of have an advantage over you because they know exactly where you're coming from, and they could just, like, kill you before you can even kill them. It's difficult to explain, but really, it was a good idea from us to try that, because initially it did almost work. But again, post-plant positioning is not necessarily the best, and the player at the end, I don't really know why he's not trying to be aggressive enough or trying to win a round.
Well, they were able to get the plant down, and so that's at least something. They're bringing that Ying again to see if they can't make that happen twice. Hopefully, they have a better plan in terms of how they want to cover that plant, how they want to maybe play the post plant in general. But we'll see when it actually gets further into the match and we start getting to the execute. Also looking at Atomic Apes and what they're bringing, they have some unique operators where we haven't really seen Oryx, but Oryx is quite popular just because, as I was saying earlier, there's not a whole lot of stairs on this map. We only have the 2, which is kind of a smaller number than a lot of other maps. But Orange being able to reverse those hatches is pretty big. And
what?
A bit of a crazy play there. I was going to acknowledge it in a second, but Nyx does find Schleim, who did a crazy jump out with that SMG-11, did find a kill. So things get evened up, but look at Nyx's HP. 1 HP, as close as you can possibly get. Can't take a single point of HP, which is that goo mine that Schmink has put down. Any of those goo mines could just be a one and done for Nyx, which is kind of funny.
They also lose the Ying really early, so that means like site execution utility is pretty much weakened for the entirety of that round. I mean, honestly, Atomic Apes found themselves in a really good position starting off, but like now that Schleimball has just given up his life for free, getting a little bit over aggressive by Customs, you kind of give this opportunity to Hush to put themselves back into the round. But with Nyx on 1 HP, like you mentioned, 1 bullet, 1 Legion Mine even could just take this man out. You sneeze on him and he dies. So it's going to be much harder to go for these gunfights, and especially take this top 4 control, where it really just depends on you taking your gunfights.
The defenders right now aren't feeling a huge amount of pressure. They're still being able to move around until that demo starts to come out. That's the pressure that they need. But there's only a minute left. They have yet to really clear a lot of this defensive pressure. And there's a couple trades back and forth. We see Demigod find one, but not before Duke finds one. So things are kept even at 3-3. But once again, I still can't help but acknowledging Nyx and talking about that 1 HP. I feel like that's going to come in, especially since he might be confronted with an Azami gate. There's a C4 still on the table, so even if that's 10 feet away, it might do enough damage to put Nyx out. And we're really coming down to the last 30 seconds here. The execute's going to have to happen regardless of whether or not they have intel or not. And right now, they're still doing a top 4 clear. They're still opening up and providing themselves with vertical angles, and they don't really have much time to do this for. And to see the last 15 seconds is really going to test their mettle as an attacking team, as they hope to even things out at 3-3 in terms of scoreline. Unless they're going to just forfeit it, they're going to start the smoke, but a C4 can just easily stop that plant, and there's not going to be anyone around to potentially recover and make that work. I think the clock's just going to hit 0. Didn't even have time to clear those corners, to clear sight. They just went in and hoped for the best, and yeah, that's not going to be good enough.
Halftime commences, and we get a little bit of a break before both teams to like settle the nerves for now, because it's been 6 rounds that's been played so far. That's kind of what we have for the new quarter system. 3-3 is the only thing that is not the only thing that's new. It's also the halftime breaks that we get. So I mean, interesting round, especially for Hush towards the end. They didn't really like, they got the control towards second floor by isolating the only player that was still up there, but by that time it was like very low on time. Atomic Apes didn't really see it fit to continue holding up the second floor and giving up more free picks or even just fighting for it. So that's why they just kind of left Duke up there to see what he could find. He found 1 that was good enough, and then towards the end, Hush just didn't really have a lot of info. The mute jammers being really effective in stopping the information game, and specifically masking Hush's position in the corner of the ventilation area.
Yeah, it's been a pretty different border from what we saw in our previous match. This one has seen the clock come in to play a lot more. And yeah, it's not only much closer, but like these teams are using their time. They're not just rushing in. It's not as aggressive. It still is. Like, there are moments of aggression from both teams, both on defense and on offense, where we've seen runouts, we've seen quick pushes in and quick executes, but it's a lot more focused on utility, on information, and on using that whole clock to try and make something happen. And right now, Atomic Apes are doing a little bit better, but Hush has had some pretty solid stuff. They've had some good-looking strats and some solid plays, so I won't count them out just yet.
10 seconds to go.
Yep, it's their time to be on defense as well. And remember, before they had that halftime switch going into their attacks, they had like a positive looking half coming off of their defenses. They had 2 wins, 1 loss before they switched over to their attacking side. So I mean, you have something to look forward to when it comes to their defenses. And even though Border historically has been an attacker side of the map, ever since like the Manchester Major, ever since stage 1 of Pro League for NA, EU, Brazil, all of the other regions as well, Border has been quite defender sided.
Man, that's a kind of unusual switch for Border, but
yeah,
I mean, teams have just kind of learned to play at defense, and yeah, I'm a little surprised too. Duke gets a what sounded kind of like a pretty maybe a one-shot headshot, but I couldn't exactly tell. But a great way to open things up, punishing Nyx there for a peek, and another great pick from Dukes, playing off of the noise of those boogie drones, is able to just find one onto Bless. So all of a sudden, in the first minute, Hush have lost 2 of their defenders, and this is already looking like a pretty solid round for Atomic Apes, who are looking to widen their lead.
Yep, Beast there's control, and there's nobody else on the second floor apart from somebody who's trying to retake, but it looks like he's just gonna try and play towards customs area. He's being pinched out by 3 different players, though. Atomic Apes have completely read into this rotation from the only Hush player of Unstoppable playing into the box area, and he has to try and get a little bit freaky in order to make something work. He does that, hops up onto the table, finds a kill, makes it a 2v4 for now, and he's trying to fight for Hush's chance to get back into the round, but he runs out of the customs wall and he looks the completely wrong way, and Schmeek at the end closes out the round to put Atomic Apes 5-2 up, 1 round away from match point.
That was probably the strongest round we've seen so far, where Atomic Apes just looked absolutely unstoppable. I mean, Duke just going in and finding the opening pick, a great secondary pick, and then gets a third before he kind of heats up a little too much and then succumbs to some of his own peaks. But the rest of the team was guns up and ready and able to trade out, despite the fact that Hush were playing some of these more extreme strats. They were going for a late game run out of that double wall that you were talking about, but they were ready for it. Atomic Apes shut it down, and it was a pretty clean round that's granted them now a very comfortable 3-round buffer. They're looking at taking match point if they're able to win another one, and then if they win that, it's 6-2. So they'll have an even bigger buffer. They'll be on match point. They have a lot of time to shut things out, and that situation has provoked a timeout from Hush. So clearly Hush, they know something's wrong. They know they aren't playing as well as they should. They're going to try and address that problem, and hopefully we see them come back with some new strats and are at least able to put up a better fight.
I wonder what they're going to change here on the second floor for Armory Archives, because I noticed for Hush that they had the last one that they played was Workshop and Ventilation, which was they had a heavy top floor hold, and that was dismantled pretty quickly just from East Stairs. So this time around, it's just going to be mainly trying to focus their guns towards site, because that's exactly where the second floor is for Hush on their secondary site choice, coming off of the quarter swap. It's Armory, Lockers, and Archives, and it's going to be Nyx playing the dock, and you have to imagine that he's probably going to be playing either in Fountain, maybe in a suicide position in office, and then you probably have someone like Demi or anybody with an ACOG really playing into that security position on the exterior doorway as well, looking towards the break room door and also running out towards the balcony too. So you have to imagine that Hush are going to try to do the same thing they did last time they played this site, which was play really, really aggressively, deny the entries from Atomic Apes, catch them off guard with pretty aggressive gunfights that worked really well in their favor. And they also have traps to help with this as well.
The smokes and the glass make me think that Atomic Apes are definitely going to be going for a plant here on the A-bomb site. They also have a blitz to make that happen. Obviously, they can't bring the Monty. That's normally who you would bring in. Oh my goodness, that wall must have been reinforced.
Yeah.
That Legion life was almost just taken clean off, but luckily they do reinforce that wall, so Bless lives to fight another day and stays in this round. But yeah, Atomic Apes have a good operator lineup here to just go straight for the A site, to push in there, to use that blitz to force any defenders who are maybe trying to play with a C4 and prevent plant, force them out. But I like those goo mines too being thrown outside just to prevent that push, to deal a little bit of damage to the blitz. Any damage you can get onto a shield character is totally worth it, because when you're shooting at their feet, you wish that you managed to do 15 damage earlier in the round, or however much they managed to do. So I like that play from the Legion to just keep things going outside. Duke, once again, though, with a great opening, finds Nyx. It's quickly answered back as Crit finds one onto Schmink, so things are still even at 4v4 in terms of man count, as the attackers have already made it here to the main hallway, and they're looking towards site. They can cut off A and B now, and they have a lot set up, and I think we're going to see an execute coming out pretty soon.
Yeah, but the thing is that they can't go for an execute quite yet because there's just a lot of utility in the way. So you see Hush, or rather Atomic Apes, go for these aggressive gunfights. They kill the player in office, makes Fountain so much easier to push into, and they've confirmed the 4v2, or rather a 3v2, as Crit in the middle of the archive site you know, at least makes it somewhat possible for Hush to be able to win this round. You don't have an ace to open up that archives wall, so this position from Crit is going to be played for the rest of this round. And you still have some of the traps around site, like the Malusi Banshees, that have not been dealt with by the Atomic Apes, still around to help protect these other positions that he can't quite have a handle on.
This Warden is a real problem, so they're going to start doing a little pinch on the Warden, or they might actually be rotating around and going to B site instead. They know that the Blitz can't really make Warden too uncomfortable because Warden can just turn his glasses on. The smokes can't blind Warden because Warden once again just turns the glasses on. And unfortunately, this B push isn't going super well as they aren't able to unseat Demigod, who's able to just play in here. Demigod finds one, shutting down the Blitz, and is managing to play whack-a-mole there and ultimately shuts down the Ashe as well, leaving it up to HUD in the 1v1. HUD's now on B site but doesn't have Diffuser and has 20 seconds to make something happen.
Nice. And it's Demigod to find the last kill of that round. HUD goes down, and it's Hush to find their at least a round back to make it just the separation between them and Atomic Apes, just 2 rounds. And well, that came down to just Atomic Apes not really having much utility to help clear a lot of the things that Hush had set up for them. It wasn't just the Malusi Banshees, the Legion Mines, and the Fenrir's that were up. There were also BP cameras that Atomic Apes didn't necessarily do it. They gave a lot of information, and for Atomic Apes, they didn't really have much to help them, didn't really have anything, no information towards the half-wall player, and Bliss is not able to just run in also because, well, there's an archives player on the other side of the map that they have not dealt with because they cannot open up the archives main wall looking directly out of the office window because they don't have an ace in that round. So while Atomic Apes did have an initial plan to go directly for the site, they saw the utility that Hush had set up against them, and they opted to try and just clear more of the map instead. But because they didn't really have much tools to help them with that, because they sacrificed it for a more aggressive lineup, well, you saw what happened. They just didn't really have any way to get any advantage inside of that round, and it's Hush with a very clean round.
Yeah, and it's coming off of that timeout, so that timeout conversion clearly helping them out a bit. Now, are they able to keep the momentum going? Because Atomic Apes obviously have looked stronger. They've looked like they've been able to adapt more. Hush are finally stepping up and adapting, but are Atomic Apes going to throw like a southpaw punch here and just be something completely unpredictable? Are they going to push the adaptation game even further and bring a new comp or new strat that Hush aren't going to be ready for? But if Hush do manage to get this, it turns into a 1-point game, and all of a sudden that buffer we were talking about earlier that Atomic Apes had has shrunk and doesn't look all that big, and it's a much more competitive looking game.
Minus the Fenrir, it seems like Hush are running the same lineup. Actually, it was like another operator as well, and it's Frost and Visual who make an appearance in this lineup. And the idea with the Visual is that you're just trying to like sit here and slow down the information game all by yourself and kind of put a lot of fear into the attacker lineup too, because like with the Visual Scanner, it doesn't necessarily give you an idea of where he is. You can tell that he's in a general vicinity, and that's about it. But it seems like there is nobody in a general vicinity of the second floor, and it allows Atomic Apes to take this space. And you look at their lineup, they have only really one vert operator, but Buck is more than enough to go for this full top floor clear and set up a lot of vertical angles for Atomic Apes to work with.
This timeline's pretty good. We're seeing the hatches get open. We're seeing Buck working those vertical angles. Oof. But he gets his head taken clean off. Crit is sitting there waiting, shuts down the Buck before any more vertical can be accomplished, which is going to make things difficult, and it's only going to get more difficult. HUD is down, not completely out yet, so still a chance to get res, and that exact thing will happen, but now on low HP, and all of a sudden, Atomic Apes are going to have to figure out how they want to attack this. They don't have as much vertical angles open, so they're not going to be able to apply nearly as much pressure onto the defenders that are turtling up in sight. So it's going to really come down to how do they attack sight on the level that sight's on rather than above it.
Yeah, not being able to make more vertical is certainly going to be able to hurt them because like you can't really lock down a lot of these power positions around sight. So you see them trying to make other entries happen, but not really a lot of info helping them, though they do find themselves back inside of this round. Double kill from Schmeek, and Duke finds a 3v3 here for Atomic Apes when it looks like not all else was possible. The only way they could really make an entry work now is just through the hatches and the windows. They don't really have a lot of vertical angles around sight to make this push work, or saying like they wanted to. Diffusers on the top floor, and so now you have to retrieve it. But again, not really much control is here, and you can see that Hush have completely vacated the site and are just playing around and waiting for the drop to happen for Atomic Apes.
really strong play is going to have to come out here from Atomic Apes as time is dwindling. They're just going to have to go for a plant. This has to work now, or else they will certainly lose it out. The impact's going to be enough to down one of them, but Slime is able to find a pick. Actually, the impact didn't down it. Sorry, it put him to 15 health. So the plant goes down, but look, it's turned into a 1v1. A low health Bless is all that's left on Vigil, and it's going to be up to Duke to prevent that Vigil from finding the defuser. Right now, they're just kind of playing ring around the rosy, playing. Vigil is on site, so Vigil can start hitting that, but Vigil doesn't want to. Vigil can play time a little bit. It's just looking to see if he can't gain any information as to where Duke is. Duke is staying still, but Duke doesn't know that there's a full rotate coming along. Duke is completely blind, but the Boss G just isn't the weapon. He's going to miss both. The recoil bucking way too hard, and Duke with an easy shutout there. I know that the Boss G and the SMG-12 is kind of becoming a meta strat right now with Vigil, but if you had Vigil's primary SMG there, that fight does not go that way. Vigil wins that. Vigil runs over and gets the defuse. The Boss G is just a little too scary sometimes when you're in those close situations. You miss one shot, it just kicks so much, and it's really hard to land that second one, and then two's all you got.
It's match point now for Atomic Apes. I mean, yeah, I mean, it becomes tough when you just have the Boss G, but I also think that the flank there from the Grim in the later rounds for Atomic Apes really helped that push go the way of Atomic Apes, because the cover in the shower stall was really scary, especially with the head holes and the flank coming in through the doorway. You have one person trying to get the planter down and another just trying to cover him, and the player on the defuse doesn't have his gun up, obviously, so you have two people running in from two different angles, and so they're very lucky, Atomic Apes are, that they actually had a 3v3 going into that round, and that the other player wasn't just watching vertical, because you don't really have a lot of vertical to watch because the Buck died early before he could complete anything, but that he went through square into tellers and then got a double kill on players trying to reflank inside of the site and get it on the diffuser. So that round was saved by just Duke, who's been a very big player very consistently for Atomic Apes in this game.
Yeah, Duke's been going enormous. 12 kills and 7 deaths is absolutely phenomenal, and has had some really big hero plays that have led Atomic Apes to be in the position they are right now. Match point, 3-round buffer. They're on defense now, which, as you were saying earlier a few rounds ago, Border is kind of shifted and is a bit more defender friendly. So if there's ever a chance to take this map and to win out this match here and now, Atomic Apes are poised to do it. Of course, Hush are looking to do something. I was about to comment that they had a Ying, they have a Osa for an immediate plant, they have a Amaru, but their Ying gets shut down. The plant is going to be stopped, as I think the C4 rips are just a little too scary, but they're going for that plant. They're just kind of baiting out these C4s. Amaru's waiting outside the armory window, ready to pop in, but the defenders aren't making it super easy, and that C4 is an absolute beautiful shot as he finds it onto Bless all the way outside the window. Osa hops in, trying to regain control, and dies. Maru is in, does find one pick, but that's going to be all as the diffuser's down on the B site. Amaru's dead. It's all going to be up to Crit in a 1v4, and that's it. That's over. Duke with the final pick. We were talking him up in the beginning of this round. Duke is so good, and a great shutout here from Atomic Apes, who just look really, really strong and competent on Border all around. Their aggression, their strategy, their patience, and their ability to mount comebacks on rounds or to make in really impossible looking attacks work despite the fact that they may be down in man count or something like that was very impressive from them.
Yeah, and I think that last round was really, really impressive as well. Like, initially, it looked like they didn't really have enough traps set up for that initial push. They dealt with the Ying quite early, though, in the bus window, and that's a crossfire or a cutoff angle that's immediately dealt with. Also, most notably in that round for Hush, because of the Kai clause and there being no EMPs or EMP impacts, they cannot open up the archives wall, so the Warden's position is made even stronger, especially when he's ripping that C4 every single time, and he also cannot get a plant down safely. That's why they kept like wrestling between the idea of going in for a plant or not. And so at the end of it, Hush really had to depend on the Amaru running in through sandwich window to see if he could find something through archives on his entry to the window, but he got shut down really, really quickly. You just have Atomic Apes who generally have a good idea of what to do consistently throughout every single round, and Hush who couldn't really provide an answer for most of them.
Yeah, that's exactly right and very well put. We saw two really competent teams go to Border today. In Control and Atomic Apes just both looked really, really good and kind of outclassed their opponents. So even though they weren't particularly close games, they were really exciting because it's always fun to watch a team that's really good play on a map when they just look so strong, when you're seeing the thought process of a really competent competitive team happen live. Watching both of those teams figure out how to bring a round back from the brink of a defeat and somehow manage to pull it off was really great. And we had some spectacular rounds. And that is all of the Siege for us tonight. We had those two best of ones. So there's no more going on tonight. You can check in later on the websites if you want to look at the standings, as they'll be updated as soon as possible. There is also no more Siege tomorrow, but we do return on Thursday for another handful of best of ones. So check that out Thursday the 25th. We got 4 more for you. I've had a great time. Anything you want to say, Chaka?
No. We'll see you guys on Thursday after we have our little break on Wednesday. Bye-bye, BGS. We'll be back.
Since I hit your phone, I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through?
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away.